The following podcast contains naughty language and ridiculous situations. Listener discretion is advised.
This past Tuesday, it was 4/26/16, Alien Day, and I hope you celebrated the way I celebrated it, by watching Alien. And if not, a xenomorph is going to come down and rip your fucking heart out. Welcome to Trick or Treat fucking Radio.
Zombies. You're listening to Trick or Treat Radio, starring the Deadites.
Welcome to episode 196 of Trick or Treat Radio. Trick or Treat Radio is a phantasmagorical spin kick straight through the heart of pop culture, navigated by the Deadites. The Deadites are the world's greatest electroshock band. We destroy monsters, we drink booze, we win championship belts, and we also are fucking live once again. We broke our streak, 135 weeks. We had some technical issues last week that kept us from going live, but we're starting that streak up again.
Yeah, act of God, right?
Who's Acta God?
Yeah, the
Acta.
famous.
Acta?
Yeah, no, but it was an act
Like
of God.
the
that
Bacta tank? I'm gonna put you in a fucking Bacta tank.
Admiral Akhtar.
Do you think this is what Goldberg went through when his streak was broken?
I was thinking more like Taker.
What?
Undertaker was a wrestler.
What? Why don't you do the face
Which one?
of
Goldberg?
No, when Undertaker lost, that guy in the crowd.
That's you.
What did he look like? I don't know. I didn't watch it.
All right, never mind.
What? You guys watched it. Why don't you make the fucking face?
Raven Shadow can't emote with those glasses on.
Oh, I can't fucking.
You're like a fucking robot,
Yeah, I'm fucking programmed to be awesome.
and to not watch movies.
And no, you don't have to watch the movies.
So you think?
Yeah.
All right, so we are live, as we stated. Well, for those watching live, for you listening on the podcast, we are live to tape.
Yes.
Is that Memorex? Or what was the other one? TDK? Was that the other one?
No, is it live or is it Memorex?
Yeah, but wasn't there a brand named TDK?
There was a brand named TDK, yes.
What were some of the other brands?
Maxell.
Maxell, yeah.
TK421.
No, that was not it.
It was not.
Maxell, Memorex,
THX 1138.
THX 1138.
All right, enough about that. So on tonight's show, we're going to review a movie. How about that? It's a novel concept, right?
It's a novel concept for Raven
someone,
Shadow.
yeah.
I saw the movie.
Oh, you did?
Oh.
Oh.
I'm going to whip it out right now. I saw the movie.
We are going to review the found footage film They're Watching. MZ, who's watching?
They're watching.
They're
But
watching.
we're watching. We watched They're Watching, and the people at home
Yeah.
or who are in front of their computers or sitting on the toilet taking a nice healthy dump,
Yep.
they're watching and listening to us talk about They're Watching.
Well, I'm confused. Raven Shadow, if I'm confused, you must be fucking
I don't even
lost.
know. Where the fuck am I?
You're eating the
Your
pizza.
brain's a pretzel, dude.
You're eating the pizza
That's fucking fun.
at Castle Wolfenstein. You got your nice Bose headphones on.
my
They're not,
Bose.
they're not pulling your hair.
No, there was not.
You're wearing a nice red shirt. You're
I
wearing
want-
your sunglasses indoors.
Got your pack of smokes in
Yep,
your, in
you
your
rolled
shirt
up
pocket.
in your shirt.
Yeah.
What was that guy's name from? He used to have the cigarettes rolled
Oh,
up.
Schneider.
Schneider, yeah.
And there you go, Stevie
Schneider. Pat Harrington.
You're the Schneider of Trick or Treat Radio.
I got a lot of keys in the back.
Rest in peace, Pat Harrington.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, it's a shame.
So there's three of us here in studio. We will be joined by the fourth member imminently.
Yeah. Normally you don't see him, but he's really not here
He's
yet.
really not here. Yeah.
Yeah. See, his
So-
chair's empty.
empty,
but,
yeah.
But he will be here soon
The
enough.
headphones are on the microphone.
Yep.
So, but he will be very shortly. And then also, as I stated, we're going to review They're Watching. We're also going to be talking to filmmaker Duane Graves. And Duane was one of the directors for Kill or Be Killed, the horror western that we reviewed a couple months back with El Goro. So super excited to talk to Duane. He was kind enough to listen to the episode that that we reviewed his film on. So, sorry to say. No, we weren't that bad. We were pretty good. So, but looking forward to talking to Duane. He seems like a really cool guy, and
Nice.
want to find out a little bit more about his filmmaking career, what's coming up, some of the stories behind Kill or Be Killed. So stay tuned for that. That'll be coming up around, if you're watching live, around 10:30 Eastern. And for those on the podcast, that'll be about 80 minutes from now or so. All right. And we have, also we have a shit load of feedback. It's ridiculous. So thank you guys for all your feedback. And I think we have some more coming. Some other folks had said that they were going to leave some.
Yeah. We might have to do an entire separate show just on the feedback.
We might. Also, one thing I do want to bring up. We have episode 200 coming up.
Jesus.
We're now on 196. So we have 3 more episodes until 200.
So a month from now.
A month from right now. And we have some stuff that we're working on, but nothing concrete for episode 200. So if you guys have things that you want us to do, please let us know. Send us an email.
I want to see Monster Zero do this. I want to see Monster Zero do this.
Well, I'm mostly talking about like interviews, reviews,
Oh, yes,
things
yes.
like that. You know, who knows? Maybe we'll do a whole feedback show. I don't know.
Yeah, if you guys can book a guest, let us know.
Yeah.
If anyone
So-
knows has Stanley on speed dial, or
Yeah.
Stanley Spadowski?
that would, probably could get him now.
I would love to get Stanley Spadowski on this show. Jesus Christ.
So we do have a ton of voicemail, and for you folks out there, if you guys want something special for episode 200, you have something in mind, let us know. You can, once again, leave us an email, podcast@trickortreatradio.com. You can go ahead and tweet at us, at the Deadites. You can post on the Fib. The way you find the Fib is to go to fib.trickortreatradio.com. It'll bring you right to the Facebook group.
I'm going to do that right now.
If you're not already a part of the group, go ahead and join, and we'll let you in. And we can go ahead and you can post things on there. You can also leave us voicemail, trickortreatradio.com. Go right there, and you'll see a contact button. Click on that. You can leave an email or voicemail right from there. And you could also send us voice memos if you have one of those newfangled smartphones that the kids are rocking these days. And go ahead and leave us a voice memo, and then email it to podcast@trickortreatradio.com. Man,
Yes, yes.
Man, what else?
Well, also, since we're closing in on our 200th show, we're also closing in on our 200th subscribers. So,
Oh, yeah.
we're
on YouTube.
Yeah, we got 199 subscribers. We just need one more to make it 200. So, hey, tell your friends, tell the
Yeah.
dog, tell your grandma, tell the autistic kid down the street, hook up.
You know what the good thing about that? So we always broadcast live on our website. I
Yeah.
embed the link from YouTube onto our website. So you don't really have to go to YouTube to do it. And we also have our own chat room. However, if you do subscribe on YouTube, you get notifications when videos get posted. So it is in your best interest, if you want those, to go ahead and subscribe on YouTube. And on YouTube, we're the Deadites TV, all one word, the Deadites TV. Go ahead and subscribe to us, and you'll get notifications when we go live, when new videos get posted, all sorts of things like that. And that brings up a good point. I do want to talk about iTunes. So we've been sitting on 40 reviews on iTunes for about 5 or 6 months, I think. Let's fucking make that go up. I know we have some new listeners out there that have not rated us on iTunes. I know there are people out there who are friends of ours who have been longtime listeners of the show that have not rated us. Go ahead, go to iTunes, give us a 5-star review. If you want to leave a few words of, of encouragement, tell us what you like about the show. Tell other people what you like about the show. We'd really appreciate that. So
Tell us what you hate about the show. Don't hold back.
Well,
You know?
hold back if it's
Whoa,
bad.
whoa,
Yeah,
yeah.
we really want most of the nice stuff. But here's the thing, John. if they were to do that kind of comment on whatever the fuck you just said, it doesn't cost them anything, but thank you.
that's not how it goes.
I'm trying something different.
No, it doesn't work like that.
But it doesn't
Don't
cost
try
them
anything.
anything.
Oh,
once
God.
you just pull your nub, it doesn't cost them anything, but it might help keep the lights on. You could have said that.
I wish somebody would
That's
keep your
not
lights
true.
on.
I want to knock his lights out.
Why? I'm just not, why can't we do something together, me and you?
Why can't we be friends?
That's what I'm saying. I just thought,
we be friends?
Oh shit! Oily Maniac subscribed.
Thank
200.
you.
Yeah. Oily Maniac. Woo! Rudo.
And as a special gift to you, Oily Maniac, the next 6 payments on your car are on us.
No. The views of
No. Scratch that. We will buy you little toy cars. 6 months worth.
Well, no, that's a lot of cars. They're small.
Toy,
We'll send you Raven Shadow's uneaten pizza crust.
which he leaves every week.
I'll send you a slice.
That you could make into a shiv and then stab yourself in the heart with it.
Listen. Let's go fuck yourself.
So yes, iTunes, we would love to get some more reviews up on there because, as they say, there's this weird fucking mystical algorithm that no podcaster really knows. But if you do get ratings, you get kind of pushed up and you get more visible, and more people might be able to see the podcast exists. So go ahead and leave us a 5-star review and just let us know what you like about it. Let other people know. And we'd appreciate it greatly. We've been stuck on 40 for a while. Let's get higher. Let's get all the way up there. I know there's more than 40 people who listen to this fucking show.
Yeah, let's get higher.
So, speaking of which, we are available on iTunes, Stitcher Radio, and also on Google Play, which is a fairly new thing. Google is getting into the podcasting business, and they become an aggregator, so you can listen to it from your Android device. Have you guys even tried it yet? You guys have Androids?
Yes.
Actually, forget Raven Shadow. I know he doesn't know what's going on.
I need some help, though.
Here's my droid right here, right in my hand.
Do you subscribe to Trick or Treat Radio via Google Play? Okay.
I do.
Great. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
So if I go to Google Play, what do I do?
I don't know. I don't own an Android. Have him show you.
Monster Zero.
I'm not showing you anything. It'll be worth something. Yeah.
Oh shit, Jethro just subscribed to the YouTube page,
There
bitches.
you go.
Yeah. Oh, and we're clapping because someone else just walked in.
Who?
Who?
Hey.
Can you not see? It's Colt. Colt Cabana is here.
Good.
He's got his name on his shirt.
No.
Colt Caboner.
Thank you, sir. At least somebody's.
You and the lady at Cumberland Farms think that's hilarious. Nice to meet you, Colt.
Colt.
Well, you would expect that if you're wearing a shirt with a name on it, that it's your name, right? Especially if you're 45 years or older.
I was wondering how I ran out of Diet DP. Apparently, in my
Whoa.
TP?
Whoa.
yeah,
Diet DP?
Oh, DP. Oh, I know what he meant. I thought he said TP at first. I'm like,
Dr. Pepper.
yes.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, like I was surprised I ran out because I had bought so much, but it's just because I brought it all here apparently.
Oh yeah, there is some in the
refrigerator's
fridge. Yeah.
fucking stock full of Diet Dr. Pepper. I'm taking it all home because.
Let's go ahead and let's let Dynamo get set up, and we'll go ahead and call out the folks hanging out in the chat room. We have Oily Maniac, as I stated. We have Robert Ironsky.
Robert Aronsky.
We got Jethronomicon. We got Patsy, the Angry Nerd. This is his new gimmick. He's well, I guess it's not new, but he's embracing it. He's calling himself the Angry Nerd, even though he always has been. And we also, who else? There's so much chat, it keeps scrolling by, and I can't even keep up. We also have, I said Jethronomicon. I think that's it. Oh, we have Jeremy McFarlane. There we go.
There you go.
And Jethronomicon says, Mars! He's excited to see you.
What's up? Atomic Age.
I can't hear you, buddy.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay, I must have when I moved it. Atomic Age Media dropped on Monday for me, anyway. On
That's
Stitcher
right.
Radio outlet.
Yes, it did.
Jeremy McFarlane's new podcast.
Yes.
Very cool. I apologize. I haven't had a chance to listen to the whole thing yet, Jeremy.
I was so fucking...
Beginnings of the week are very, very busy.
This has never happened before, so Jeremy's dropped, which I'm excited about. I peer pressured Radio Valente into coming back into existence. And then the dudes from the other castaways from Drunken Zombie Network.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite show outside of Talk Without Rhythm, of course the flagship was great too, but my favorite of the new shows, the new ones, was called Murph and the Fat Kid. and they have their own like little network now themselves. So
Nice.
I got to set up a nice little playlist that I plan on tomorrow doing nothing but listening to podcasts and jacking off.
At the same time? Like, you're going to be rubbing one out to, like, Al Goro's voice?
No,
That's weird.
That is kind of weird.
no.
Not really.
Do you, like, hit pause and then finish? Or
No, like a show will end and it'll be like, well, it's been about 90 minutes since I jacked off, so now I should again. And then I will.
What if you listen to, like, an epic Cult of Muscle, like 5 hours?
It's tough.
Do you have to take a break?
I usually listen to Cult of Muscle overnight. So then I will like fall asleep and then wake up and listen to like the second review or whatever.
Fall asleep and then you get the dulcet tones of CDR.
I
Jakey
keep getting
Boo.
in fucking trouble though. Like I should switch it so that like I do listen to something else because for some reason Jake's response. So CDR's delivery fucking hits me in the fucking giggles all the time when he like says something deadpan, and Jake's response to it just brings it out. So I keep getting in trouble for waking up my special lady friend. So the expression that got me today was that his prostitute name was Duckling Exorcist.
What?
Yep. But yeah, my special lady friend and I actually left a voicemail on Cult of Muscle this week. So
Nice.
yeah, so it was pretty cool.
Patsy says Cult of Muscle, like your shirt, Colt.
No, that is the cult of personality.
And he asks if you were talking about diet toilet paper.
I think not very funny nerd should be the
And Jethronomicon says Mars needs women.
angry red women.
Oh, and apparently Jeremy McFarlane's show is on Stitcher because that's how Patsy listens.
Yeah. I've got it. I've got a whole playlist set up. So I'm excited.
Awesome. So Patsy's asking Wolfie, is that the shirt? Is that shirt the record from the Voyager probe? And yes, it is. It's Jim Smith from Teal made this shirt, so it absolutely is. Pretty fucking cool. I'm not boasting. I mean, Jim making that into a shirt is pretty cool. Anyone? Any other cool shirts?
Yeah, right here.
What's that? Oh, Cobra Kai.
There you go.
Dino's got his Huck shirt. Nice, great band.
Yeah, I got a nice red button up that.
Oh, and
could
no
be-
one cares about your fucking.
Yeah,
button.
you know, it gets worn by grown
Yeah.
ups nationwide, but sure.
No.
Everyone that shops at
I'm a grown up. You don't see me wearing that shit.
No, it's fair. CS.com.
This is Cobra Kai. Never die, motherfucker.
All right, so Dynamo, I was just telling these guys before you get in here, we have so much feedback. It's unbelievable.
All right, let's stop.
So, yeah, we should probably get going. Before we do, though, we're going to talk a little bit about how you can support the show. We could absolutely, internet is due, so we could use some help. Go to trickortreatradio.com, click on the Amazon link, and if you do your shopping on Amazon, clicking on our link, everything you purchase in that session will get attributed to us. Muggle Raven Shadow, this is the point in time where we say if it doesn't cost them any extra.
But it helps keep the lights on.
That's absolutely right.
But I thought you could have maybe did something with that. Maybe we could have had a little bit going on between the two.
It doesn't work the other
You
way
didn't even fucking try.
because it doesn't work.
You didn't try.
When he tries to
Your mic's off. Your mic's off.
I'm not moving it at all, though. How about now?
It's off.
Oh, I think I might have broken it. Hold on.
It's good.
I hope you didn't break it,
Oh,
Mike.
no. Hold on, I got it.
Did it pull out?
Ooh.
the cord.
How about now?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what kept happening.
And Patsy says nice in regards to my shirt and says go fuck yourself, Raven Shadow.
Go fuck yourself.
Oh, first time Michael's hanging out. This is what he wasn't third time Michael last week because we didn't have a live show, but I guess he's technically third time.
You know,
Michael now.
it's really confusing. Just call him first time Mike.
Okay. He says, evening family, how's everyone doing tonight?
What's up, baby?
That's awesome. Called us family.
What's up, fam?
Hey.
All my brothers, sisters, and me.
Yeah. I fucks with first time Mike all the time.
Nah,
You what?
He's
fucks with him?
first time Mike. First time Mike.
First time Mike.
First time Mike.
And Jeremy McFarlane's drinking some beers and playing Final Fantasy VII.
There you go. Now that's quality time.
Yeah. All right. So we talked about Amazon. We also have our friends over at Horror Pack. If you want to go ahead and... I fucked you up, didn't I?
Oh God, you're not gonna spit out food, are you?
You're disappointed, Raven Shadow.
No, I am disappointed, but it goes back to when I tried to do something different with you,
It doesn't work.
You didn't even fucking try. And that's
Because
what
it
hurts my
doesn't
feelings.
work.
That's what hurts
Mars,
my feelings.
I was talking about people giving us a 5-star review on iTunes, and he was trying to use it doesn't cost you any extra, but helps keep the lights on gimmick thing.
But
Doesn't
it doesn't cost anybody
Yeah,
anything.
it doesn't
That's
work.
why they should do it. That's why you can just say it like.
Like?
I'm not sure how it, but I mean, I don't know how you do that, but like, we could have had something different. We could have had a radio magic,
Where-
and you chose not to.
Where's Jared Blinkhorn?
I-
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
he would have
I thought he was coming. I was disappointed. I literally feel like that side of the table is like talking to a normal human, and this side of the table is divided that I'm talking to a Coen Brothers script, or I'm talking to like a Kevin Smith movie. It's fun. It's like my brain gets numb. This one's telling me I'm out of my element all the time. and-
All right, so, I was talking to Horror Pack. So, Horror Pack. Horror Pack. If you want to go ahead and receive movies directly to your door every single month, you can do DVD or Blu-ray. Go ahead and subscribe to Horror Pack. You can click on the link on trickortreatradio.com. It'll bring you right to their site. You can sign up. We get a little bit of cut of that, so we would appreciate that. If you do want to sign up, I know that Josh Ferguson did sign up, and he gave his thoughts about the service. You know, he wasn't crazy about some of the films and everything like that, but I think they have a pretty good service, and they have some pretty cool stuff. So I'd say give them a look and be the judge for yourself. And I think the more months you subscribe to up front, you get a better discount. So if it's something you're in the long haul for and you want to go with it, and go with it. And also, we can get donations. You can donate to us. Go to trickortreatradio.com, click on the donate button, PayPal, and give us a donation. All that money will go directly to the show. So it'll pay for hosting, for the podcast, for the website,
And for Dynamo's Diet Dr. Pepper.
No.
No? Okay.
And for the internet and for the studio. There's a lot of things. So go ahead and give those a look. And we also have our friends over at XSplit.
XSplit!
And XSplit provides the live streaming service that you see. So when you watch on Wednesday nights, you see the video stream. That's XSplit, man. They do some great stuff.
It's out of sight.
And I know there's a lot of new podcasts popping up. If anyone out there wants to go ahead and do a live stream, I would definitely recommend checking out XSplit. And for all those folks that like to in Let's Plays, give them a shot. All right. We also have Melissa's hanging out.
Hey, baby.
snap.
Creepy girl. And what else is there's something else I want to talk about real quick. Episode 200. Man, I'd forget my name if I didn't have it written down. Speaking of names, I guess we'll go ahead and introduce everyone. I am Johnny Wolfenstein, the pencil pusher and producer of media for Trick or Treat Radio, the Deadites, and the Grand Guignol Network. We also have the immortal gunslinger, singer and lyricist for the Deadites, and one of the co-hosts for the Elm Street Kids Movie Club, Dynamo Mars.
I won't bore everybody with the details, but I finally am going to start my radiation.
And that's a good thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It'll be in the middle of May, and my first human contact will be at ScareCon.
ScareCon.
Yeah.
Oh, let's talk about that real quick. ScareCon is June 3rd through 5th, so we're a little bit over a month away, and we will be there. It looks like we're going to have a booth, and we'll be there all weekend. We'll be partying. I know some people are already signed up from out of town. If you want to come to an awesome horror convention, give ScareCon a look. Go to scarecon.com, and JV, the gentleman who's running it, is a really fucking cool guy, and he knows his shit.
Yep.
And it looks like it's going to be a great show. So,
And we're not just blowing smoke here, but because, believe me, I've been to one.
yes, that's right. You went to ScareCon last year.
That's right. I'm a veteran of the
A
ScareCon.
one-time attendee of ScareCon.
which is better than a 0-time attendee of a ScareCon, so shut up.
Look on
Red
the bright
shirt.
side. In June, he will double his horror hound riding.
That's right.
ScareCon.
That's right.
We also have the vulgar guru of horror, the star of Blood Pigs and Fetus, one-time contributor for Horror Hound magazine, and the one-time attendee of ScareCon, Monster Zero.
Soon to be 2-time attendee, and can't wait for that, man. I mean,
And drinking from a giant jug of cranberry juice.
goddamn right.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I noticed you weren't wearing white.
My ocean spray. I love my cranberry juice. Nothing wrong with cranberry juice.
MZ, why don't you talk about what happened, what came out this past Monday and what's coming out this coming Monday?
Yes. This past Monday was the release of Unchained with Bobby Chains, and yours truly was on that show. We were discussing Mondo films, and it is available now on Stitcher Tunes. It is available
Stitcher Tunes?
Stitcher Tunes, Stitcher Radio.
That was episode 72 called.
Yes.
That's all, folks.
The name of the episode was Mondo Zero.
Nice. Well,
He didn't even know. Jesus fucking Christ!
Oh, shut up.
I actually I ran into the kid Tim Nice on Monday, and he
yeah?
had some interesting things to say about that show. How'd it go?
It was interesting. You'd have
That's
to
what I
listen. It was an interesting time. You'd have to listen to for yourself to understand just how crazy it got.
I got a lot of messages about that show.
Really? Well,
I'm gonna check it.
Well, my point being that you brought probably people that weren't listening before.
oh well. Thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you, and I hope you maintain your listenership. Even though I won't be on every week, I'm not on every week, but I will be on next week. Next week, I'm going to be on back on their show Unchained, and we're going to be discussing the 1986 Transformers the movie.
When? Next week?
This coming
This Saturday.
show.
So he's recording on Saturday and it'll be coming out on Monday.
Yep, and I will be back here on Saturday, and we will be discussing Transformers the movie, the 1986 original film.
Why don't I just stay on?
And MZ might even bring in some toys.
I just might do that.
All right. We also have the chain-smoking, hand-kissing, baby-shaking, lorazepam loving, former comic book reading nerd, and the official smoke machine for Castle Wolfenstein, Michael Ravenshadow.
That's right, Johnny. And just like Clark Kent turns into Superman, I become a superhero when the mic's in my hand.
What?
That's a little nod to Young MC.
The mic in your hand?
Yeah,
The fake one or the real one?
the one. What am I holding right now? The metallic one with the bell end.
You actually become a superhero when you got that in your hand?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Don't you fucking play with your Grimlock.
You're like the
Maybe like Kick-Ass.
You're like the anti-hero.
Look, up in the sky,
Yeah.
it's a bird, it's a plane, it's Master Bates.
No, you're like Cuckoo Man from the Mighty Heroes.
That's it.
Go, Cuckoo Man, go!
Yeah. Chew your gum.
Definitely a Mr. Perfect style gum chewing.
Got that right, Rope Man.
Robert Eronski, ScareCon is June 3rd through the 5th, and it's right in your fucking backyard in Springfield. Hopefully we see you there, man.
Nice.
That's where we're crashing.
Yeah.
What?
What?
What'd you say?
Huh?
That's where we're crashing.
We're crashing where?
At Robert Eronski's house.
What? He didn't invite us.
He doesn't have to invite us.
I'm not crashing it. I'm not crashing there.
He's on the network.
First time Mike says, good guessing on Unchained, MZ. Mondo isn't my thing, but you guys made it interesting. Yeah.
Well, I tried. I tried. We all tried. I think we succeeded in a lot of ways, but it got interesting as the show went on.
That's what I heard.
Sounds like your Inception.
All right.
But I
so
won't be stopping at Robert Aronsky's house.
I don't think you're wanted.
You can't come.
No, that's okay. I got myself a room there anyway. I got myself a room at the Sheridan.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Well, that's where we're staying then.
I know where I'm staying.
You're not staying with me.
There we are.
No, you're not.
Is Girlfriend Zero going to be there?
No. Go
Bachelor pad. I know where.
Snap.
Nah, you could go stir your fucking sauce somewhere else.
Oh, no, I got a big vat going. We're going to have a cosplay event.
Because Mars can't go 90 minutes without masturbates. So you got to designate a little curtain.
It's tough what happens at Rocket Shock where I'm too close to even justify having a room.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be exciting.
It is going to be exciting.
The bubbles going to be flowing.
It's exciting.
Yeah.
Who says that?
Somebody awesome.
Speaking of awesome, real quick, I went and
Yeah.
saw the Proto Men on Monday.
Yep.
Holy fucking shit.
Yeah, they're good.
That's really all I can say. Like, holy shit. They played 2 covers, and only one of them was off their 2 cover records.
Which one do they play? They play what was it, the Rocky IV song?
No, they
Oh,
played
damn.
In the Air Tonight.
Oh no, that's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they played. Yep. Though I knew they were going to play that because I don't know if they always have that rototom.
It's the only time they use it.
But
Yeah.
they also played "We're Running with the Shadows."
Oh yeah.
It was
Okay.
fucking
Awesome.
Yeah. You know what they did too? I was pissed. I saw them set up, and I'm like, "This is so scaled down from when I saw them." But it was like seeing like Boingo era Oingo Boingo.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
All the songs were just like.
I
turned
can
into,
barely
like-
hear you, man.
I don't know what's the matter.
There you go.
All
You're
the
talking
songs
to the mic.
turned into like heavy metal rock songs.
Heavy metal rock, like they just went faster or played them.
Like a lot of the synth was like, you know, and the horns were secondary, and they just kind of like powered through a lot of it. It was cool.
Cool. Awesome. Well, Raven Shadow,
Yes.
you sit down to watch They're Watching, maybe.
Yeah.
What do you do to prepare yourself for this film?
I kind of film myself.
You filmed yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
I film myself.
I don't know if I want to hear anymore.
Yeah, it's not what you want to hear. It's
It's getting a little sketchy.
Yeah.
No, I filmed myself getting ready to watch them. So it was weird. I had a lot of like cameras set up. I had some lights. I had one light. I had candlelight. It was very. The mood was there. It was nice. I went downstairs. I had Wife and Shadow on Facebook going on the IDM. What's it called? IMDb. And she was
For you, it's IMADB.
IMADB.
Yep.
Then we watched that, and I was very excited. And I prefer this delivery method. You know, I like the tangibility of a disc, and I like the tangibility of
Of a
remote
what?
control of a disc. Of
What
a
are you
disc.
talking about?
A CD.
What?
You watch this on fucking VOD, you idiot.
No, but I like the discs and the VOD feature, and I enjoy Netflix. You know what I'm saying? So I like.
This
I like
isn't
those
Netflix.
things. No, but I
you can't figure out VOD. How'd you figure this one out?
Because those are the methods I like. You know, I'm fucking. My name ain't Zelda. Don't fucking give me a link. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't fucking need that.
I think he's trying to say that he likes the ability to go on a television, manipulate the remote control, and find something, as opposed to
That's what
having
I'm
to
Having to click
saying.
on a link.
click on a link and have it just start magically playing.
Yeah, but when we get links, it typically means we're getting to view something early, and that's kind of cool.
Well, I don't feel tidy. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. It's fucking strap on.
Do you love a scary story? Do you love to dance? The Big Scary Monster Haunts at Midnight is a collection of dark songs about sex, love, death, revenge, and the end of the world. Brought to you by the world's greatest monster hunting electroshock band, the Deadites. Available on iTunes, Google Music, Amazon, CD Baby, and all other digital distribution sites.
Trick or Treat Radio is the greatest podcast ever invented. The spelling is very bad. I'm not sure who wrote this. And the Deadites, is that a company that procures houses? The Deadites. Oh, it's the Deadites. The Deadites are a fantastic musical act. That is what I was supposed to say. And there you go. There it is. Cheeseburger. Remember to rent The Fly, because that's a good movie for making love to.
Jeff Goldblum, thank you so much for joining us, and hopefully we can
You're
get
welcome.
you on the show again sometime soon.
What's up, y'all? It's me, the Yeti. Telling all the ladies that they couldn't be more fine and that we should knock those boots like Frankenstein. When I want to get my nerd on, I go to Facebook and I go to the Trick or Treat Radio Facebook group. That's the place where I get to talk about all the hip new horror movies, all the cool comics, RPGs, video games, you name it, we're talking about shit on there. And you could not be any cooler if you were the coolest kid in school, be the first kid on your block to swing their cock over at the Trick or Treat Radio Facebook group. Just go to Facebook, search for Trick or Treat Radio, ask to join, and it's like Nerd Nirvana, baby, without the shotgun blast. This is the Yeti, signing out. See you at the Trick or Treat Radio Facebook group.
Follow us on Twitter at The Deadites, TheDeadites.com, and TrickOrTreatRadio.com.
Here we go. Oh, we're back.
All right, we are back on Trick or Treat Radio.
Yay!
And we are going to talk about the flick they're watching. Let me pull up some stats here. Go to the IMDb. And IMDb says they're watching is 1 hour, 35 minutes from 2016. This comedy horror thriller is written and directed by Jay Lender and Micah Wright. And it stars Bridget Brana, David Alpay, Dmitry Dyachenko, Chris Lemche, Carrie Genzel, and Mia Faith.
Wow, you carry that the Slavic names pretty good.
Yeah, you know, my people. The synopsis we have here.
Sergeant Slonic.
The synopsis is...
Achtung, my God.
You just hurt Dynamo.
Oh, God.
He's got turkey
He's gonna
coming
have a
out
heart
of his nose. So the synopsis: when an American home improvement TV show visits a remote Eastern European village, the young crew thinks the lack of mocha lattes and free Wi-Fi will be the worst of their problems. But after their filming interrupts the superstitious villagers' private religious ritual, the situation takes a turn for the homicidal. And when the blood starts flowing, Raven Shadow must be near.
Someone's gonna stir.
That's when things get really weird. And with their watching, noted graphic novelists and animators Micah Wright and Jay Lender turn a classic horror premise upside down to create a fresh, funny, eye-popping twist on the genre. Do they do that? Why don't we find out? Yeah. All right, so they're watching. We check this out on VOD. It's available on the General VOD. The General VOD.
Oh,
Fuck.
kneel before VOD.
Man,
Christ.
it's tough tonight, huh?
I know it's
It's that fucking first day. Can anybody fucking...
I know, Raven Shadow. I'm the problem, right?
the first step is admitting it.
Well, you guys are rocking like a house show, so.
Yeah, well,
Girl,
hey.
I don't have to do Kneel Before VOD on Wednesday.
Yeah. Well, hey, I was looking at the information on there, watching, on the IMDb, and I got little sidetracked. So
Yeah, it's a fucking wheeljack action figure.
So fuck all y'all's beans.
All right, so they're watching. This is from the writers. So these two, Jay Lender and Micah Wright. I don't know who did what, if they both worked on each, but they have previously worked on the video game Call of Duty Black Ops 2 and also the TV show SpongeBob SquarePants. It's kind of an interesting mix. And all right, another found footage film here, guys. It seems like we seem to get one of these every few weeks or so. What did you think?
Well,
All right, I'll start off by saying this. I actually thought the way that they framed this was kind of fresh. I liked that they were doing a TV show.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's...
Agreed.
It's not that... I'm sure something like this has been done before, but I thought it was just cool to see because we've seen handheld cameras of people going on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
Were you going to say something, Raven Shadow?
Yeah, I kind of got something.
You gonna add
to lead
something
up.
this early?
I'm thinking about adding some content.
wow.
Episode 200 is approaching. And this is the thing. It led off with, and now it's funny, Wife in Shadow is into some really cool things. However, she's typically
Tepid?
into those things when I'm not home. Like she chooses to watch like Breaking Bad the nights I'm not here, or all this stuff. What she tends to save when I am home are like these DIY shows, these home improvement shows. So, or like House Hunters Abroad, whatever the fuck. So this lead in.
She's like, look, honey, that hammer. Look what he does with that hammer.
Yeah, I'm like, honey, they got a fucking crew. There's editors. And she's like, oh, we can do this in a half an hour. I'm like, motherfucker, they edit this shit. And they got like, workers in the back. But I like how it led off with like, House Hunters, Latveria, or whatever the fuck they were.
Moldova.
Yeah, Moldova.
In Romania.
Not Markova, where Geoforce is from, and Sister Terra, if you enjoy Teen Titans and Outsiders. That's a comic reference.
I get it.
Okay. So I liked it. It reminded me a lot of those shows.
Okay.
And like it was kind of funny, like this, when there's all these talking weird like Eastern Euro bloc stuff going on, which I thought was funny.
The what? Eastern Euro bloc?
Yeah, isn't that what it's called?
Dynamo's gonna choke on a sandwich. Please don't
God.
kill him.
Isn't that what it's called?
He has cancer. Don't kill him with a sandwich.
Yeah.
What's that called?
I
Reagan?
don't even know what you're talking about.
No one knows what.
Nobody knows what you're talking
Bring
about.
the wall down. Not the Jericho stuff, but like when the real wall.
Germany?
Yeah, when the.
Oh my god!
Remember when the real?
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, it really happened. When did the real walls fall down?
The real walls.
The Berlin Wall you're talking
Yeah.
about? 1989.
That was a thing.
Down by Gorky Park.
Down by Gorky Park.
Like Borat.
Like Borat.
Yeah, was that? You know what I mean?
Why do you let him talk?
I don't know. I don't know why I do.
No one is. Why leave me fucking dangling
He interrupted me. That's why he's talking.
like a big fucking worm on a little bitty hook or whatever the fuck that was?
Like a big worm. Like a small worm on a big fucking hook.
There you go.
So you're having an Eastern Bloc party.
Yeah. All right, we got it.
So I like that. It was a good intro. I was locked in.
Yeah, I like the parody of the post art because it's taken straight out of Home Improvement.
Yeah,
so it's taken a straight on parody of that. The idea of them house hunting and Girlfriend Zero watches these things all the time. The house hunting shows. She watches these things constantly.
That's what I said.
And nobody cares. And
I can.
and for the most part, they got the vibe right and everything. For a while, though, I gotta tell you, man, I was really starting to worry about the characters because, in terms of how they were portrayed, because there were a couple of characters in here that just gnawed at me. They felt somewhat natural, They looked pretty good. They felt somewhat natural, but I felt that yes, Dynamo.
Monster Zero translation. I hate good-looking people.
No, I'm not saying that.
There was a fucking blonde.
No, I'm not saying that. But I felt that there were a couple of characters that I just really couldn't stomach, and one was the host of the show. What was her name? Kate.
Well, I'm sure I mean, that's the intent. She's supposed to be this bitch type character,
No, I
She's the
get
producer.
that, but I mean that doesn't mean you have to enjoy it. And the one who played Alex. The one who played Alex, who was always being a fucking comic on the camera,
Yeah.
showing off and shit, and
Yep.
it's like,
It was
just
definitely
be a
D-bag
dude.
character.
Yeah, I know, but that, like I said, that doesn't mean you have to deal with it and appreciate it.
I felt like he was kind of a throwback character. I felt like he reminded me more of what's his name from like Fright Night or something, like where he was.
Yeah.
supposed
Can
to
you
be,
hold the
like,
mic, Dynamo?
Super obnoxious. I'm taking notes.
I know, but you keep going like
Doing
over
that,
here.
taking notes. I'm trying to post it live. Like
You don't have to. You can put it
buying
right
stuff
there.
on Amazon so we get paid. Like, what do you people want from me?
Well, people need to hear you.
They don't care.
With all the other stuff is awesome, but they need to hear you.
It's bad enough they don't get to see you. They at least got to hear
That's
you.
really, you of all people know that's not true.
Well, yeah, because I have to sit next to you.
Right.
But
So, at the end of the day, I felt like he was such. I want to say so. He didn't come off as a douchebag to me. He came off as kind of like a throwback sidekick character to me. And it reminded me of Raven Shadow a little bit too.
I think the thing for me, I don't know, like about 35 minutes into this, that's when I notated that they were really losing me because I liked some of the characters. Like there's some, they played the stereotypes well, and you kind of you use this, the internet or the writing shorthand of having certain tropes, and so I got that, but it was meandering and nothing was happening with these characters to warrant the runtime of like filling this space.
yeah, it felt like there was a lot of padding going on. Just for the sake, for the hell of it.
And
it really didn't need it. I mean, it's an hour and 35 minutes long. You could easily have shaved off 15 minutes off of this and still come out of here and still walk away with a not bad film.
I agree.
I totally agree. I mean, basically, if it wasn't said already, it was picture the house hunting shows that your special lady friend makes you watch, and the movie then picks up 6 months later, so it's the follow-up. What did they do with the fucked up house?
Yeah, because that house was fucked up.
Yeah, it was really fucked up. And we had an American that was abroad, was the star of that episode with her.
She was a lady.
What'd I say?
Not a broad.
You called her a broad.
No, that's what they say when they're overseas.
Broads don't belong in broadcasting.
I didn't say that. A very powerful woman. She liked the pottery.
That's right.
She enjoyed the pottery, and she had
the Harry Potter.
Harry Pottery, Expectro, fucking Kiln, or whatever the fuck it's called, and her, soccer hooligan boyfriend, douchebag. So it was the follow-up show.
Yeah.
How did you fix up the fucked up house with a weird basement cellar? And I was locked in. But yeah, definitely the padding. It could have gotten to the dance quicker.
I totally agree. Yep. Definitely.
Yeah, there was a lot of scenes which it not so much the buildup of suspense. It was just it just felt like you already knew who these characters were within the first 5 minutes, and then they just kept on these characters for a good half an hour, and it was really unnecessary.
I don't. Two things bother me about this movie, and that wasn't one of them. I felt like the time that they spent, like, I felt like I can't think of anything that was totally jettisonable except for the time that they were filming like stuff for the show. But that's kind of why they were there. So they had to do that to justify it. But like, I thought them teaching her how to use camera and, him, the sidekick being on the outside, it developed like, sort of weird tension that they didn't necessarily pay off towards the end. What I didn't like is the first 2 minutes. And I didn't like.
Yeah, they should have excised that entire pre-credit sequence to start.
Yeah, because I felt like I almost feel like I felt like that was a producer's note or something. Somebody said, we need to know that this is a horror movie, so we need to have this thing happen first. And
I was just gonna say, Punch Farm just joined the Fib.
Nice.
My boy Punch Farm.
Oh, snap.
Right.
And the woman abroad did 2 tells.
What, was she a woman or a broad?
No, she was a woman.
Okay.
She was I really had the hot pants for her. That's my.
Oh, snap. Yeah,
That's my type of long hair.
Yep. Yeah.
Like we had all my favorites. We had a sexy mom looking lady in this. We had a sexy redhead. We had to put up with a blonde, but that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
But so
she had a couple tells.
She had 2 tells, 2 main ones that she did over and over. If she had done one of those, I felt made perfect sense. I felt like the other one was, by doing 2 of those things over and over again, you were, one of them you were properly telegraphing what was going to happen. By doing both of them, I felt like it was like, okay, we get it. Now, I'm not saying And I would literally, I could be wrong. I watched nothing about this movie. I didn't really know it was found footage. I didn't know anything about it. The only clip I saw was like the picture for it, to get it. Like when you're picking it. So that was everything I knew about it ahead of time.
Yep.
I will be very surprised to the point of not believing you. I might believe if somebody tells me that they figured out part of why this was happening, but I felt like all of why it was happening. Like, I felt like her motives, her real life motives in this, I didn't see those coming at all.
I didn't either, but I didn't see it coming, but I wasn't surprised. I know that's kind of an odd statement.
Well, I think that's kind of good writing. Like, they set it up with the murals and stuff like that. That there was, that there was a recorder.
And it also explains, why that house, a lot of things. Yeah.
No, it felt kind of, you kind of saw it coming. It was pretty telegraphed, like you said. And
no, we said it wasn't.
No, I think it was.
You think it was?
You knew why they were brought there.
Why? No. And I'm not talking about the villagers.
No, we're talking about the people that the house hunters.
I'm not even talking about them. I'm talking about the woman abroad.
Johnny, cue the spoiler music. We haven't done it in a while.
Let's fucking do it. Yeah,
we have to have a talk with Monster Zero.
No, screw you guys.
No, we do, because I don't think he. I don't know what I think he understands, but I think he's doing a bad job making us understand.
Okay, we'll do a quick spoiler in a little bit.
Yeah,
there's still a lot more to talk about before we get there, though.
There is a lot to talk about with this flick, but I just felt that the performances weren't too bad, but like I said, I don't know, the characters I felt were kind of little. A couple of them I really didn't care for. The rest I really didn't care about. So you
didn't like any of them.
No, well,
because if there's two you don't care for and then two you don't care about.
The two guys and the three girls and the soccer player I hated, but everyone else was good.
Who are you to talk to anybody about?
I'm talking to you, motherfucker.
I like Muldaly and Michael Ravenshadow.
Yeah.
Everybody liked me.
Hey, I like him. He was good. And first doctor, best doctor.
And like we were saying, it's padding, it's everything else like that, and shit doesn't start hitting the fan until the scene in the bar, which
could have been 2 bar scenes cut to get to that point.
Yeah,
that I agree with.
Yeah, that could have been taking place at the first time they were at that bar instead of the third time.
I have a writing.
You raising your hand?
Yeah.
You have to go to the bathroom or something?
I do, like you wouldn't believe. I have a writing thing that I think might be an issue, and there's two fiction writers here. So let me bounce this off you anyway. I think that the reason that stuff didn't work, that it felt like padding, was almost the opposite. I think it wasn't. And maybe in script form, not just like maybe they shot everything that was there. I think it wasn't long enough. Like, I think that they were developing relationships in those scenes that weren't fully developed. Do you know what I mean? Like, so you didn't really have time to buy into that they had a bond with Muldoon and Michael Ravenshadow, because you only ever saw him riding in the back seat grinning like a Cheshire cat, and that 2 times they were at the bar together. There wasn't like one time was to tell the story, so it did have a plot device. Yep. But I feel like really that's what it felt like to me. There was some of the characters. So like when the boss kind of has her breakdown, we understand why she had her breakdown, but it doesn't seem very impactful because you don't ever get the impression that everybody does like her without giving, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like you don't see. So the only dichotomy, the only relationship that they do its due diligence with is the relationship in the third wheel, and that's even a little curbed, no pun intended. But like, I feel like, they're all things that work, with another couple of bits that showed these people's relationship. So I wonder if it's cutting room floor stuff. I wonder if it's running time stuff. I wonder if it's they didn't get to film it stuff. And it might just be that this is the only thing I know about from these guys as a filmmaking pair. It might just be young filmmaker syndrome. But that was kind of my take on it. I don't know if that necessarily. I feel like Raven Shadow was agreeing with me, but he might have just been nodding at my hat. But
No, I agree. I mean, actually, the final bar scene reminded me a little bit of the scene in Inglourious Bastards.
Yeah, like that's a long bar scene. But it was definitely.
You could have had that long scene to get that punchline. And the day, the punchline was what that was said.
Yeah, like they used that character for literally what his job was in the party, and so when there was any sort of when there's any sort of relationship in any sort of you were expected to believe of any chemistry or any caring between any of the other people in that group, they didn't give you enough for that other than the blonde, the soldier, and the sidekick.
Yeah. And it was still, I mean, once again, we've talked about it before. I forget what we said. The whole, if this didn't happen, it wouldn't be a movie. But there were definitely times when you fucking go home. Or you call your boss and say, get us the fuck out of here. Or send more fucking Americans.
Yeah, but they couldn't call anybody because they didn't have any cell service.
Yeah, I mean, someone you could send IM, instant message. You could tweet.
You don't even know what those are.
No, but they're a thing.
You can't tweet or IM or text or anything like that if you don't have Wi-Fi. If you not Wi-Fi, but if you don't have a signal, man, you can forget it.
He doesn't know that.
You could write a note.
Message in a bottle.
Yeah, like staying
carrier pigeon
in inland Molvania.
Yeah.
Smoke signals.
Send a fucking carrier wolf.
Running down the stream.
Yeah, called Geoforce. You can move some earth. It's a comic reference.
All right, guys. Good to remember, children. Good thing the good show wasn't live last week.
Yeah.
So, one of the things for me, this is like the elephant in the room. Whenever we talk about found footage films, what are we seeing on the screen when we're watching the movie? Is that every bit of footage that was filmed, or is that someone editing it? What are we seeing?
Well, I think he edited it.
You don't know till the end.
That's what I mean. I think he edited it. That's one of the
right,
things I
but
want to
this is not something that broadcasts on television because of the language that they were using and some of the things that were shown.
Well, I don't know how he put out or if he was able to put. You don't get to the point of if he was able to put out the message he was sent to put out.
Right.
But that was how he put together the message that it was his job to put out.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't know if at one point he got home and was like, wow, that was crazy. I don't have to deal with that anymore. And then he got, a different kind of redheaded babysitter gangbang.
What's the thing? I think when you watch a found footage movie, sometimes you don't know what the outcome is. So that's what locks you in, right? And I'm still a sucker for these movies when they're done well. You know what I'm saying?
And it was done well.
And
it
I think
was.
I think it was. I think it had a good reason. I like the line of "We film everything." I kind of like that.
Yeah, but it's not that it's never been done before.
No, I just liked. I think they had clear motivation for filming. Unlike, say, Cloverfield, when the fucking alien monsters are chasing after you. Monsters. Put it down. And you know what disappointed me? There could have been a little bit of nudity. There was a clear.
You want someone to gear down, as always.
But there could have been.
Probably edited that out and used it himself.
Well, there was a guy with his shirt off.
Well, yeah, no, but people, unless your target demographic. But no, I just think that it could have been nice. It could have been nice just to have.
I was out of the two that we almost saw naked. I was happy to see more of him naked than her.
He's a good-looking guy. Don't get me wrong.
I thought so.
I like his little Afghanistan backstory.
I like when he's playing the fucking fiddle.
Oh, that was awesome. Him and
yeah, this guy's got some skills, man.
Not to be the drunk girl at the bar, but that's when he sealed the deal for me.
Yeah,
that's when he would have been able to take me home when he fucking busted out the fiddle.
Hey,
you're getting a blowjob when you can play the fiddle in the middle of the Mulvaney.
And hey,
almost like
admit it. When he was playing that waltz or whatever it was that he was
that's
playing,
not a waltz.
Whatever it is, whatever the fuck, I don't know. But whatever it is.
It's called music.
Shut up. How many of you started clapping along with it when he was playing? I know I was.
No, I was not.
No.
Different verb.
I wasn't.
was.
I wasn't clapping in 3-3. You know why?
Why?
It wasn't a waltz.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Holy shit. Nicholas just posted an amazing picture. Michael Ramshaw's History of East Berlin. Jericho in front of a broken wall. Break the wall down!
Mr. Gorbachev, break the wall down.
That was Rocky's fault, I heard.
Yeah. Rocky and Jericho, he'd fucking fix stuff.
So we went 1 week without seeing an animal die. We'll get to see
No, there was an animal that died.
No, that's what I'm saying. We went 1 week
okay.
last
Okay.
week
All right.
with the
Yes.
cat.
Yes.
Now we're back to dead animals.
Yeah, with a dog.
So trigger warning for anyone out there that doesn't like to see it. There is an animal death.
Unnecessary.
So I guess we can jump a little bit further along here. I thought it was a decent twist, like we talked about. We'll do in just a few minutes. We'll do spoilers because I think it works for this one here, and I think it was a decent twist. But I gotta say, man, that CGI fucking killed it for me.
You know what?
Killed it.
The CGI sucked, but you know what? I admire the symbolism that they had involved in it. I thought that the last 10 minutes of it, I guess it would be 10-15 minutes of the film, I thought that's when it really started picking up for me. Yes, the CGI sucked. The CGI always sucks in a film
No,
like this.
this was especially.
I
film
thought
like
it was
this.
supposed to be cartoony though.
But-
like I thought it was supposed to look like the ghost, like the stuff that wasn't CGI, the visual effects like that, looked like the ghost in Mr. Boogie, which you know, if we wanted to, we could make it not look like the ghost of Mr. Boogie, which makes me think that while some of it might not have been good craftsmanship, I think some of it looked like old. I think some of it. I think the point of this movie was that in the last reel, even though that doesn't apply to anything about this in real life or fake life, you ended up in like a third tier VHS movie. Like that's what the lightning effects, I guess, we'll say looked like. That's what the only thing that looked like modern, not good CGI to me was when somebody blew up and stuff. The rest of it to me, and maybe I was just buying into it because I was enjoying the movie so much, looked like, I can't even fucking think of what looked like Warlock. Like that's exactly what it looked like to me. So like I almost
Julian Sands.
I almost think that was probably by design, but I appreciate.
Well, I'm sure it was, but here's the thing: there was a lot of CGI in those 10 minutes.
Yeah,
I would have liked to have seen them cut down on a little bit of that and have some major bits and focus a little bit more on them because they probably decided, you know what, like this is going to cost a lot of money. Let's make it cartoony. So if it looks bad, we've built in an excuse. That's kind of how I felt, and that's why it seemed cheesy to me.
I felt. I mean, yeah, the CGI really was.
It was terrible.
It was bad. It was bad, but I felt that I'm trying to look at it in a positive light and think that this was symbolic of what it could have been had they have used decent effects. Because I think that those last 10 minutes are very, very inspired.
Fucking Shockapus would look like Star Wars if they used Star Wars effects, right?
That's great. Eat a sandwich.
And
I thought
Christ. Not a sandwich.
And what's the matter with you? Stir your sauce and shut up.
You're kind of getting out of control.
This is a film rambling on podcast now.
No. Well, if you'd shut up.
If you shut up and not interrupt me, I wouldn't ramble on.
I just felt that it could have been symbolized as. Now you threw me off.
It's
Bastard.
too easy to do.
Yeah, I know. No, I just think that the effects could have been symbolized as what it could have been had they have had the budget for decent effects, decent special effects. And I like I said, I think the last 10 minutes are very, very inspired. I think there's a lot of borrowed ideas as far as camera work goes, the camera movements and things of that nature. Most obvious would be Sam Raimi.
Yeah, there's definitely a Raimi influence there.
Yeah. And but I enjoyed the last 10 minutes because it just like all hell breaking loose, and it
Oh,
didn't
I agree.
stop.
I liked the
It
scene.
did not stop, and I love that.
I liked the scene, but the
almost
CGI
made up.
killed it for me.
It almost made up for the extra 10, 15, 20 minutes of padding that they did with the characters at the beginning of the film. I thought that this kind of made up for it. The CGI sucks, yes, but I think the excitement of the last 10 minutes really helped this film.
I liked the CGI, and I didn't think it was that bad.
We've seen worse.
Yeah, no, I think it, it wasn't fucking, Lucasfilm. I mean, it wasn't, big budget stuff. But
Actually,
I think,
Lucas did have a hand in this.
Skywalker sound or something.
which one? But it wasn't, it wasn't the Avengers. I mean, I think this had probably the biggest payoff of a lot of found footage that we've seen.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think so.
And
Except for that fucking Bigfoot movie where the Bigfoot was chasing the guy on the bike.
Listen to Raven Shadow. He really did watch this movie.
I did. This was no denouement with a kid in the corner.
Denouement.
Amuse bouche, denouement.
See, I fucking know shit.
You break those out just to sound smart.
See, I need a little fucking help I can get. He said lightning.
Oh, shit. Melissa says, yes, nailed it, Wolfie. The CG did not fit the rest of the film. It felt weird.
Oh.
Well, I'm proud to say you're both wrong.
It's Mars way or the wrong way.
It's true. You've been to bed with me enough times to know.
Oh,
Whoa.
not in bed. But enough times to know, for sure. All right, well, do you guys want to do spoiler now, or do you have anything else you want to say?
No, let's do spoiler.
All right, so we haven't done this in a while. We tend not to spoil films, but I don't know. I think this one, I don't know. We've been tiptoeing around it, so we'll go ahead and do a little bit of a spoilery thing here. So when we're going to play the music, when you guys hear the music playing underneath us, that means it's spoiler discussion. Once the music ends, then we're free of spoilers. So we're going to spoil the fuck out of it.
Warning. Spoiler alert. Warning. Spoiler alert.
Kylo Ren kills Han Solo.
Too soon.
What? Really? I haven't seen it yet, and you're already blowing the end. You son of a bitch.
I was supposed to come on my house and watch the Blu-ray. He hasn't watched it yet. You son of a bitch.
You know, I haven't seen the film yet, and already you're blowing that
You seen it?
one. No, I haven't seen it.
I'm making it up.
Like hell you are. You don't make up shit like that.
That was really fucking low, man.
You suck.
Was it really?
Yeah.
He went this long
Without it being
without it being spoiled, and you fucking ruined it.
Well, I guess I don't have to see the film now.
No, I guess not.
I'm very sorry. Maybe we can edit this out in post. I apologize.
No, we can't edit out of
post.
Can't edit out of his brain. You fucking idiot.
You have the same Facebook. I do apologize. If that's the case, I apologize.
What do you think this is? The fucking Matrix? You can't just erase my fucking brain.
I'm very sorry. I apologize.
Though it may seem like it happens every couple of weeks.
I apologize.
Spoiler discussion about the film that we're talking about, not others, okay?
That was a bit we used to do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
movies
a
that
film
were
we've
30 years
seen.
old.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Not films that are 4 months old.
Yeah, if there's
Yeah,
something
you-
that's like, wait, what? Soylent Green is what? Like, I don't feel bad for those people.
I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm legitimately sorry. I feel bad.
You're a fucking heel.
I'm sorry. I'm recognizing something.
Nick is not going to be in the PWI podcast Wrestling Illustrated Heel of
I
the
didn't
Week.
know. I
Heel
didn't
of
know.
fame.
I had to throw you out that window.
Yeah,
right
you
over there.
should. Do it.
I didn't know.
You know what? Come here.
No, you come here. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Ah!
The spoiler music's going to end before we even fucking get to it.
I apologize. Well, all right, Johnny, edit this out for Friday.
He edited out of his brain.
No, not for him, but for the listeners.
Nathan Cotton Coy Vance Duke says, if you haven't seen episode 7 yet, then you don't care.
I
then-
do care.
And then Lost in Atlanta says, wait, seriously? This is one time I'm going to defend Raven Shadow. How the hell have you not seen it yet?
Thank you.
Hey, I've been busy. I got things.
And Noah is hanging out. Noah says, yeah, the moratorium on Star Wars has passed.
There you go, listeners. But I'm legitimately, I apologize. I apologize, and I feel bad.
Robbie Uronsky says, yeah, I'm not sure how you can't know that spoiler if you have any kind of social media or a television.
Well, the fact that I don't know it and I have all this social media is tantamount to the fact that I did my best to stay away from finding out news like this. But
Plus
no,
75% of his friends
one
are here.
Raven Shadow ruins the whole fucking bunch.
I'm legitimately, I'm saying I'm sorry.
I do not accept your apology.
Well, then, you know what else happens? I am sorry. I apologize.
That's what Mama Raven Shadow's egg said.
Yeah. Does action figure post as memes?
Not Nathan Cotton Coy Vance Duke says Monster Zero didn't see Raiders of the Lost Ark until he was 60 or so. He's slow to get to things. All right, spoiler talk.
But you didn't hear us say that, the Ark killed all the Nazis ever before we saw it. We were very
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
America won World War II. Sorry.
2-time World War champs.
Yeah.
All right, so
I'm sorry. I apologize.
spoiler discussion. She's a fucking witch.
She hadn't watched the movie.
Yeah, and it was kind of. Didn't you felt it was kind of heavy-handed when they were in the bar? You didn't even let me finish. When they were in the bar and they're saying, "All right, what's the word for moron? What's the word for dickhead? What's the word for witch?" It's like, well, that felt kind of heavy-handed to me.
Well, I think they foreshadowed a little bit with that old woman who kept staring at them. Didn't they call her a witch or something?
Yeah.
And the name dropped that they burned a witch, and they made the Salem reference.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So it's not completely out of the fucking blue, but
It was just a trigger. It was a trigger to make the party stop.
I'm not making fun of you. But that's the type of thing that when you're out with real-life people and one of them is drinking too much, they might say the wrong thing at the wrong time.
Fair.
Fair enough.
So
Fair.
I'm just saying, I've been in that situation. I've been, at a table and somebody's been like, how do you say? I can't say it, but, something totally inappropriate, and meanwhile they don't realize that we're, in a, party at, Great Brook Valley, where the,
No, I guess that makes sense. No, that's fair.
so what about this do we want to talk about? You guys are so rip-roaring ready to talk about spoilers.
Well, we kind of talked about I didn't even want to talk about the CGI until spoilers because I, not knowing anything about it, I was literally, laughing hysterically and clapping my hands and going berserk during that ending because I had no idea that that's how it was going to be.
I think it was a great ending, but I don't think it was I really liked the last 10 minutes of it. It's, like I said, aside from my distaste for the CGI, but I still like that scene. It was a really fun scene, but I don't know that the 75 minutes or 80 minutes leading up to it was it I would have liked to have seen more to make that more impactful. I think that's the thing because that's a fucking scene that's memorable and you should remember for a very long time.
So it's a case of too little, too late.
I think so. I mean, I just if they had done a better job with the previous 80 minutes, that could have been super, super impactful. And I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
I don't know. I thought it was. I thought that this was a pretty. I don't want to use the word perfect, but I think most of the things that weren't perfect about it were within the constraints of the gimmick. With the exception of maybe I'm giving them too much rope with my thoughts on the CGI, but I really doubt it. There were some creative choices there that made me think that they were supposed to look like Charles. The effects at that time were supposed to look like a Charles Band movie almost.
And that's fine if that's the case,
yeah,
but
that's
I don't feel like they set that up well enough if that's the case. I know it had kind of a tongue-in-cheek kind of humor to it, but I just don't feel like the tone of it led up to that well enough to make that leap of intuition for me. So that's my interpretation of it. That's how I saw it. So.
All right, well.
Raven Shadow, you guys are so fucking excited about spoilers, and now you're not even talking.
I honestly thought we weren't going to talk about the CG because I feel like that ending, just to say this CG, gives the impression that some shit goes down.
Sure, but I mean, you gotta assume it's a fucking movie. Some shit's gonna go
down.
Well,
while the delivery isn't as good, how much more effective was We Are Still Here, though, because you had no idea that shit went down.
And that's what I thought worked. I mean, they tried really hard. And that was nice. And there was a nice bait and switch where you thought it was going to be something very obvious
Yeah,
with the townsfolk.
And also, I feel like there is a certain skill to not like when you do a total right turn. I feel like that's jarring for a viewer sometime if it's not like masterfully done. There is something masterful to be said for that. I feel like they gave me what I expected, like they gave me what they were leading me towards, and gave me kind of a twist at the same time.
In fact, arguably, this could be the best.
Oh, that's what I wanted to talk
Payoff.
about. Sorry.
Good.
No, go.
No, real quick, I think it was the best. Actually gave you the payoff you want in a found footage movies.
Yeah.
Where a lot of times you're like, okay, this would be awesome if they go this way. And then it's just,
Blair Witch homage, awesome, by the way.
Yeah.
At the end, that
Right.
was really good.
Right.
I think what we saw, Wolfie, was the finished product that the witch made him make.
And I guess you're right, because I did make that note before seeing that. Like I made it probably about 3/4 of the way through the movie. But so in hindsight now, that does make more sense to me that you point that out. It still belies the fact that sometimes found footage films, just kind of like we talked about this with The Sacrament. Remember, there's just some like phantom cameras,
Yeah.
and some other films. So that
I couldn't find any of them.
that didn't happen here.
No,
No,
it
it didn't. Yeah,
But
which
it's
I
because
appreciate.
They gave everyone except for they gave
I can't hear you, man.
80% of the people in the room at any time had a camera.
Yeah, exactly.
and their chest cameras.
And they showed them all wired up and everything.
Yeah.
So
And, sorry.
Go ahead.
Is the tell when she made a point that the townspeople didn't trust her because she was a single woman?
No, the two tells. That was like that was as we should have been to one of those things. The thing that worked, which was more obvious in retrospect, but I didn't pick up on it right away, was when she kept bugging them to go downstairs, right?
yeah,
Okay?
Oh, yeah.
But the other thing that I felt like took it too far, that you obviously knew that she was somehow in cahoots with the resolution, was every 5 minutes, like, I couldn't have done this without my husband. I couldn't have done it without him. Like, she just wouldn't fucking shut up.
Yeah.
and you had to think something was up, because when he was away, that kind of clued me
Yeah,
in.
that was
Yeah.
so easy to look to see right.
But I
through.
didn't know why. But I thought that
Yeah.
something was up.
Yeah.
So, all right, you guys have anything else? I'm gonna kill the spoiler music if not.
Let's break out the Buster.
All right.
Trick or treat, baby. I wonder if people would say you're a trick or a treat.
Trick or treat, motherfucker.
All right, verdict time. We're going to let you know whether this flick was a trick or a treat, and any final thoughts we may have. Mr. Mars.
I really, really, really like this. This is a treat.
All right, MZ.
The shit hits the fan a little bit too late, but it's still a compelling story. And always when Americans go out to the Europeans and they come up across shit like this, it does make it kind of compelling and a little spooky. But the ending really sold it for me. Treat.
Raven Chatham.
20 minutes too long, but I agree with everyone else. I would say treat.
All right, for me, this was a tepid treat. I think this would have made a very good short in the VHS series. I know someone mentioned VHS earlier. I think this would have made a great short for that, maybe 15, 20 minutes-ish. But I think there was way too much padding in this, and I just thought a lot of it was superfluous and barely did anything to advance the characters' of story. They use a lot of shorthand here, so you knew what these characters were, and I feel like it just kind of meandered a little bit too much and didn't do anything to drive the story or the characters any further than they already were. And like I said, I'm not going to harp on the CGI anymore, but it did bug me. And obviously, not everyone. Some Dynamo thought it fit perfectly with the movie, but I didn't. I thought it felt very jarring. But I think that was a crazy scene, and I think it was very well done. I think I like what the directors were going for, and I loved a lot of the choices that they made, but some just didn't work for me. So for me, it was a tepid treat, but it sounds like everyone else liked it as a treat. So this is something that's on VOD. I would recommend going to check this out. And who knows, maybe it'll be on, via Netflix or Amazon Prime or something like that for you guys to check out. So go ahead, and if you like found footage flicks, check it out. You might be very happy with what you find here. All right, so that's going to do it for our review of They're Watching. And next week, we are going to review, speaking of VHS, we're going to review an anthology flick next week called Holidays. So I think the whole point behind this is each short is a different holiday.
I accidentally listened to a review of this.
You accidentally listened to a review of this?
I just,
For an hour and a half.
For some reason, it was only 30 minutes, but for some reason, I had seen it around for so long, I just for some reason thought we weren't going to do it. So.
No, we were supposed to do it a week prior, but there was some technical issues that kept us from doing it. But it just came out, so like 2 weeks ago. And Kevin Smith directed one of the shorts.
Oh, cool.
And I can't remember who else. I'll look it up real quick and see if there's anyone else that we recognize. But Lorenza Izzo.
Izzo. Nice.
Seth Green is in it.
Nice.
So the directors are Anthony Scott Burns, Kevin Kolsch, Nicholas McCarthy, Adam Egypt Mortimer, Gary Shore, Kevin Smith, Sarah Smith, Scott Stewart. I don't know. I don't think it's the one you know, Dynamo. Scott Stewart.
It's probably. I haven't seen him in months.
Dennis Widmeyer and Ellen Reed. So looks like should be an interesting one. We always like to do our anthology flicks on the show, so we're going to check out Holidays.
Nice.
And it's available on
Jocelyn Donahue.
It's available on the general VOD. So go check it out on VOD.
That's awesome. Jocelyn Donahue's in this. Nice.
Is Lorenza Izzo, isn't that Eli Roth's
It sure is.
squeeze? Seth Green, Harley Quinn Smith is in it.
Michael Gross. Jocelyn Donahue from House of the Devil.
Nice.
Yeah.
So
this is a pretty decent cast.
So we're going to check that out next week. And I don't know what else we got going on next week, but we'll figure it out. So with that, why don't we go and take a break? And then we're going to come back, and then we're going to talk to Duane Graves. What do you think of that, Raven Shadow?
I'm fucking excited.
How excited are you?
I'm like at 8 already.
You're at an 8 out of what?
10.
It's pretty good.
So
Pretty exciting.
it's like the penultimate.
No, 9 would be the penultimate.
It's the amuse bouche, the penultimate. It's the
What?
It's the penultimate before the penultimate.
Oh my god.
How do you say that word again?
You're ridiculous.
You're out today.
Well, I'm fucking
Did you not have pizza, or do you finish?
No, he had
I had pizza. I'm feeling better.
You feeling all right?
I'm excited. No, I feel bad, but I don't feel.
You don't feel tardy?
No, I'm sorry.
You better be sorry.
He's going to be apologizing for the rest of the year.
No, I just now let's end it. This is it. This is the last one, but it's legitimate, and I didn't think that I was doing something wrong.
All right, well, let's cut to a break. We'll come back, and we're going to talk to Duane Graves, so we'll be back in just a few moments.
Perfect.
One dark and stormy night in the mid-'80s, Joe Bob Briggs, Harlan Ellison, and the ghost of El Santo pulled a train on Elvira while Siskel and Ebert sobbingly masturbated in the corner. From that union arose the greatest movie critic and luchador that ever lived. But we're not going to talk about him. He's kind of a dick. Instead, we're going to talk about me, El Goro, the stuttering movie fan and host of the Talk Without Rhythm podcast. Every week on Talk Without Rhythm, I discuss 2 to 3 movies tangentially tied together by a theme. I cover action.
I'm the most complete fighter in the world.
Sci-fi.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Horror.
Oh, no tears, please. It's a waste of good suffering.
And the continuing adventures of James Spader, sexual deviant.
You're not worried that I'm going to fuck you, are you? I'm not interested in that, not in the least. Now pull up your skirt.
So check me out at twrpodcast.blogspot.com, drunkenzombie.com, or subscribe on iTunes. Talk Without Rhythm, the only podcast that will not attract the world. Adios!
I'm Alex West.
And I'm Andrea Subasati, and we're from the Faculty of Horror podcast.
And you're listening to Trick or Treat Radio.
Hello, darlings. It's your favorite whiskey-drinking, litigious, singing, dancing fantasy girl. Want to reach out to me and the world's greatest monster-hunting multimedia organization, the Deadites? Log on to Facebook.com/The Deadites. It's got all the info you need to follow the world's greatest monster-hunting band, like live appearances, info on your favorite Deadite, music, and all the links you need to our new weekly multimedia and all our side endeavors. Too many letters on Facebook? That's okay, sugar. Just follow us on Instagram and Twitter @The Deadites. Hope to see you soon, and we'll leave the lights off.
All right, Monster Zero, we're back.
We are back.
You and me are back.
Yes.
And
we're
listening to a little Guns Golden Time, composed by the great Tiny White. This is one of his little Western pieces. Figured it was appropriate as we are going to connect up with Duane Graves, director of Kill or Be Killed.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun, man. It's gonna be good.
So let me try to connect up with Duane. Why don't you, I don't know, tell the folks what you're looking at on your phone right now.
Oh, well, right now I'm looking at the IMDb page of Kill or Be Killed, and we're going to be discussing with Duane Graves about his film and the other films that he's done, as well as some future projects that he's going to be working on. And it's going to be an interesting interview. We can't wait, and we're going to find out just exactly what makes this man tick. So stay tuned. It's going to be entertaining. And speaking of entertaining, here comes Michael Ravenshadow. Done up in his dopey red shirt and his stupid-ass black belt and his stupid-ass black pants. Yeah. And he still carries a buck knife with him for whatever reason.
Fine fucking slacks, and sometimes you gotta fucking take care of some things.
Smell.
I do smell.
Ugh.
I smell with my nose.
Jesus Christ.
And I hear with my ears.
You stink.
And most importantly, I love with my heart. I use all these organs.
All right, we're connecting up with Duane right now.
Thank you, Dwayne the Rock.
And we are now joined by Duane Graves, filmmaker and director of Kill or Be Killed. How you doing, Duane?
Good. How are you? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, cool. Awesome. How are you doing?
Nice.
We're doing great, man. Thank you very much for taking some time out of your day to join us here on Trick or Treat Radio. We appreciate it.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm happy to be here.
Awesome. So I guess first thing is let's talk a little bit about Kill or Be Killed, because it's your most recent flick that you've released, and we did review it a couple months ago. If you could just tell the folks, kind of give them the elevator pitch. If they haven't seen it or don't know anything about it, tell them a little bit about the film and why they should be interested in it.
Well, it's a Western through and through. It has some horror elements to it, but essentially it's about a group of outlaws that are making their way across the great state of Texas and all of the different elements and terrains within in the fall of 1900. And they're on the mission to retrieve a hidden cache loot that was stashed away after a botched railroad robbery earlier, previously. And so as they're making their way across the state, they begin realizing that there's more than just the law on their ass, essentially, and then they start dropping like flies, and by the end of it, there's only a few men left standing, and it turns into a bit of a mystery there, and other elements come in, and it kind of just ramps up from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And for the most part, I think we mostly enjoyed the flick, and we had a lot of fun watching it. And obviously, we had probably unfairly talked a little too much about Bone Tomahawk, because that was the most recent horror Western that we had seen. And it definitely seems like there is a resurgence, though, maybe not necessarily with strictly horror Western, but just with Westerns. And you had told us via Twitter that you guys had begun working on this a couple years prior. So this is a film, you guys were kind of out ahead of this. And I guess talk a little bit about that. How do you like this resurgence in Westerns? Is this something you think is going to stick, or is it just kind of a fad for the time being?
Honestly, it's probably a fad. I hate to say it. I wish it would stick. I think it'll stick around for a while, maybe for a year. Kind of how the 3D resurgence was about 5 or 6 years ago.
Right.
But it'll probably go away, and then we'll go back to seeing one every few years, like as we normally do.
Yeah.
But I would love for it to stay. When we made the film back in November and December of 2012. That's when we shot it anyway.
Right.
It was weeks before Django came out.
Mm-hmm.
And so we knew, or I shouldn't say we knew, we thought, we were pretty sure that there would be a wave after that. But what we didn't realize is that it was gonna take as long as it did.
Right.
And so what happened was, we spent most of 13 editing it, and we'd read about all these Westerns that were in development, like Jane Got a Gun.
Mm-hmm.
That was announced very early. It had all kinds of production problems, and it got held up. And then and then Hateful Eight was coming on, and then there was all that drama with Quentin, and the script got leaked and all that, and then suddenly it was off, and so we weren't really sure if that wave was going to hit come January of 14,
Right.
So honestly, we were kind of unsure whether anything was going to happen with this movie. I mean, people liked it, but it was just Westerns weren't an easy sell unless there was a wave to ride.
Yeah.
And so it was a long journey as far as once we were done with the actual film, but it was a mixed blessing. And as far as Bone Tomahawk, we knew nothing of it until probably beginning of 15, and basically we knew that there were it was a Kurt Russell movie. It was coming around the same time as Hateful Eight. But what we didn't realize is that it was a horror kind of slant to it. We just knew, that's all we knew. So when RLJ let us know that they were releasing it as well, then we got a little excited because we were with the same distributor as they were, for one, and they were first out the gate, which was great.
Yeah.
And for us, it was great because it totally broke the ice. It completely opened the doors for that, mashup of genres.
Mm-hmm.
And, even though we were the smaller one and maybe got slighted a bit just because we didn't have the star power or whatever, or the budget even, it allowed us to get in there. It set the stage in a lot of ways. So we owe a lot to these other films that were able to bust the door down for us.
Yeah, that seems to be an interesting thing because you guys had obviously started working on it, fairly early, and I think maybe you were able to kind of ride on this little upswing of Westerns that it just kind of worked out for you guys that, some others had kind of paved the way, whereas maybe if Django or Hateful Eight or Bone Tomahawk hadn't come out prior, that maybe there wouldn't have been as many eyes on horror Westerns or just Westerns in general. Yeah.
And to be honest, if it weren't for Django, we probably wouldn't have made it because we wrote the script in 2008.
Yeah.
And the only Western that was out in 2008 was Appaloosa.
Right.
You know what I mean? And there was no Westerns. I mean, we had seen the remake of 3:10 to Yuma, and that's kind of like, we're like, oh man, we need to write one. So that kind of helped us along. But they're 2 or 3 years apart back then.
Yeah.
And so it sat. We wouldn't have did another film in between those. And then when we got the Deadline Hollywood note that Django was going into production, that's when we kind of picked up the script and we're like, you know what, there's going to be a wave after that. We just thought it was going to be sooner,
Yeah. It is interesting that there was, because generally there is no safer barometer that you could test the cinematic waters by than whatever Tarantino did. There was certainly a lot of black coats and dark sunglasses in the wake of Reservoir Dogs and Pulp Fiction, So
yeah, I mean he's the trendsetter, whether you like it or not.
Absolutely,
that's the way it is. At the moment, anyway. That's things change.
Right.
But at the moment, and as actually for the long moment, that's the way it is. In the Coen Brothers, maybe
sure.
Well, but and since they did True Grit, that's another reason why we were kind of anticipating that wave earlier when we were writing it. But again, not as quick.
Right. I have a question for you now. One thing I dug about this flick, the flick, and one thing that may have been a unintentional pull on me and not any kind of an influence at all. And if it's not, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, please know that there is probably not. And I said this a couple times during the rating, and the people here will say that I can't really give a much higher of a compliment, but like. For me, I felt like this was as close to a Western by the author Brian Keene on screen that I had ever seen. Like that sort of subversive, not exactly what you think you're going to get, but you're getting, something dark. You're getting, and the characters are all deplorable and awful and,
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we've heard similar impressions, but to be honest with you, that didn't go into the mix, nor had Django, obviously, because we'd never seen it.
Right.
So I mean, really, all we were pulling on were 60s and 70s spaghetti westerns, essentially.
Nice.
We High Plains Drifter, Josie Wales, all the normals.
Yep.
And then we also, some of the ones that are lesser known, the original Django's, all that. But we liked the ones that had like a mashup of different tones.
Sure.
And like where it would be like kind of goofy, like in High Plains Drifter, there's the little person that's kind of staring, watching weirdly, and then all of a sudden it's funny and then it's dramatic and then all of a sudden Clint Eastwood's raping some woman. I mean, it's just really odd.
Right. Well, if you watch even some of those, I'm going to paraphrase another great podcast that I was talking about earlier, Radio Violente, and they had just done. I never say the first part of that, but a Man Called Blade is the post hyphenated part of the title, and they did one of the Django's, I think, and they were saying what works so well, like, you know, if you go on for the Apocalypse and stuff like that, the Italian stuff and everything, is that they did mash up so many genres, you know, like there was so much in there, and that like the violence did lean more towards, like, on my other show we did Cutthroats 9, and you know, while that was a Western, that was as violent as it probably most, you know, horror movies that were out at the time. You know, so it was a real cool time for Westerns. So
absolutely. And you know, there was also and I've said this in some other interviews you may have seen, but I'm sure you all have heard of Charles B. Pierce, who did, you know, Legend of Boggy Creek, Down the Dreaded Sundown. Okay, well, a lot of people don't realize that he made a string, at least 4 or 5, of independent westerns from about 1974 to 1979, and they're really good. You know, a couple of them are great, I think. I mean, they're just great, organic, indie, you know, just unique characters, you know, awesome settings, just out in the, you know, in the snowy wilderness. You know, there's lots of nature. It's great. And they're like, one's called Gray Eagle, another one's called Winds of Autumn. And we pulled a lot from those, as far as like just the oddness of the characters sort of weaving in and out of the story. And then I'd say the most recent, or, you know, the closest to a modern, more, you know, recent Western that we pulled from was probably Dead Man. That's probably as far as we went.
Jarmusch,
Yeah, because, you know, we really liked the comedic elements in that one, but yet it was so poetic. And then it would, you know, it would go from this, you know, beautifully poetic scene to a head getting smashed in to, you know, a character just yammering on about nothing. You know, I mean, we just loved that. So we kind of pulled from that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the thing, is it was very true to the Western genre, you know, with a dash of horror. And, you know, I think that's definitely something that it was definitely felt gritty. I think that's the thing that I liked most about it, is it felt really gritty.
Right, absolutely, and beautiful too.
Yeah,
you know, at the same time, and really, you know, in some ways it got silly, but it was deep too. you know?
Yeah.
So we really responded to that. So I mean, there's a mashup of all kinds of influence in there, but honestly, Quentin wasn't part of it.
Right.
It was not there. I mean, we, you know, sure, we'd seen Pulp Fiction, and maybe there was some like subconscious things going on there just with the style, but really, I don't make the connection.
Well, here's what I think about Tarantino. When I bring him up, I feel like a lot of people take almost offense to it, but I feel like one thing that he's done is, for those of us who love movies, we've seen like a shit ton of movies, and what's great about Tarantino is he's very good of giving us that, for lack of a better way to put it, and this is he would probably feel this derogatory, but I don't think it is, that greatest hits package, where nuances that, like, I never once in my whole entire life, right, as a writer, you know, now, you know, but as you know, a young writer in college and stuff like that, or whatever else, like, really thought about some of the nuances that Tarantino has really you know, he's put like a push pin in, you know, and he's put them in different places, and he's used them in different ways. But when we see like that neon name pull in, say, Inglourious Bastards, like, we remember, you know, it coming from like a lot of those, you know, 70s, you know, Spanish sex films and stuff like that. So like, I think what he's really good at is that you know, he makes us remember. Like, he's pulling out, for me, and I may be alone, and maybe I sound like an idiot, but I don't usually sit down in, like, as I was like in my formative years of thinking about film, remember like the opening credits of things a lot of time. You know what I mean? I remember the gory part or the action scene or whatever else, and he's really good at pulling those, because everything else, the actual meat and potatoes, what he does is so hyped up
that it doesn't really resemble those things all the time. But the meat and potatoes of his stuff is like the nuances, the credits and the editing and the cool score things that he pulls and stuff like that, and the mashes that weren't necessarily always his. So, like I think that, that's kind of when what I think of, and I think I think he affects everybody a little bit, like not in a story sort of way, but like he casts a big shadow. I mean, if you look at what Rodriguez did post his affiliation and after, like he casts a big shadow. Like I think like I said originally, like I really love the darkness of your film, and I found that even unique. Though I see where you're coming from with the it being referential to some of that older like Italian stuff and stuff like that. But like I found it more deeply dark than that. You know what I mean? Like it sort of had a more of a through line.
Yeah, I mean that was always the intent, was to kind of take it a little bit further. That you would see in maybe some of those movies that we've been talking about.
Right.
Not as far as westerns. Ratchet it up a few notches. I mean, as far as Quentin, just to go back and touch on that, I mean, I totally agree. I mean, I think, he kind of makes the hit parade, movies and it's like, in a lot of ways, not all of them, but a lot of his movies, at least parts or portions, feel like a really, really amazing, awesome cover band.
Sure.
That you would pay a lot of money to see.
Right. I call it DJ filmmaking a lot of time. Like you're taking a little of this that and a little of that and like maybe you don't always know like, where do I know that beat from? But I know that melody.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's like a one that does it really well.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I never take offense to the to the comparisons or through lines that people draw. It's cool, I mean, and I'm sure it is there. I mean, like you said, you're in the business making films, and you're my age, where you were, in your late teens when Pulp Fiction came out. You can't avoid it.
No way.
You know what I mean? That's just the way it is.
and I don't think that I still do this, but maybe we're us having this conversation right now proves I'm wrong. Like it's like. Maybe sometimes you just see it when it's not there. You know what I mean? Like, because that's where the push pin was pushed.
Yeah, and a lot of times I really don't even realize it's happening. Like lately I've been on this, in the last few weeks I've been on this kick of revisiting all these '90s movies that I really liked back then, but I haven't seen since then.
Mm-hmm.
And like it's been amazing because some of them I either do not like now anymore, or I'll watch them and I'll be like, that's where that came from. I mean, like it just stuck. It was just in there, and I had no idea where it came from.
Right.
It's fun to watch to dig that up.
Yeah, it's funny that you say that because I just got Hulu, and like people are sick of hearing me talk about how much I fucking love it. But like,
Hulu's pretty cool. One of my first films on there. I like Hulu.
Yeah, like when I was watching things like because. It does something like like that Netflix doesn't do. Netflix just kind of does random recommendations, but like that'll feed me my queue that I make all day randomly. So it was cool. One day I watched a movie I hadn't seen in years and had some sort of reverence for, which was Subspecies, and sort of can't figure out what I liked. And then later on. I almost turned it off. Like I watched Beyond Reanimator, which I hated when I saw it originally, and I'm like, this thing's fucking bug shit crazy. Like why don't I watch this all the time? Why not? There's a rat running around with somebody's dick. There's like a crazy girl walking around like a spider. Like
some really good stuff in there.
Yeah, like it's a fun thing. Like I think that Hulu is also so fucking schizophrenic because where else can you watch, like in one breath, like you're watching fucking Puppet Master versus Demonic Toys, and then 8.5 comes on next.
Right.
Like
yeah. They got a good formula there.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm a fan.
Well, speaking of, you had mentioned that one of your earlier films was on Hulu. Why don't you go ahead and tell folks which film it is? Because I'd like to talk a little bit about some of your earlier films as well.
Well, that was one that I did 16 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Actually, 17 years ago. It was the first film I did out of film school, and it was a documentary. So it was completely different, than what I had done
Gotcha.
previously. But it's a portrait of my childhood friend who was born with Down syndrome.
Oh, okay.
And he it's not like one of those serious like talking head like the doctor telling about how he's going to be institutional. Not that kind. I mean, it's like him, being himself, and and he's not, there's no filters.
Right.
So it's got heart, and it's from him, and labor of love from me. But it did really well on the festival circuit. It's called Up Syndrome, and it's actually on Hulu now. It's on I think not Hulu Plus, but just the regular Hulu. It's free. You can just watch it. But anyway, it's not your typical documentary. So check it out.
Yeah, very very cool. So one of the things I wanted to jump into was your sort of partnership with Justin. So you guys have worked on several films together now at this point, and it seems like you guys are kind of co-directing and obviously doing a lot of other stuff. I'm sure you wear many hats on all the films you work on. But so together you guys have done obviously Kill or Be Killed. You also did Butcher Boys and The Wild Man of the Navidad.
Correct. Yeah, this was our third film. Justin and I went.
That's in my Amazon queue.
The Wild Man of Navidad?
Yeah, I think it's on Shudder if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. I'm gonna go home and watch that tonight. Awesome.
I'm gonna queue that up too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's you'll see the evolution of it, because Wild Man was. I'll back up a little bit. So Justin and I met in film school in the late '90s. We basically were just peers, and we were classmates in our screenwriting production courses that were taught by Kim Hinkle, who co-wrote the original Chainsaw. So we were there. Mm-hmm. We were both at that school and in those classes for him, essentially. Because we knew who he was, and it was sort of a small program, and we kind of avoided the larger film schools in the area, like UT Austin, things like that. So to go there, we thought we'd have more of a hands-on, one-on-one type experience, and we did, and it was great. And Justin and I just sort of hit it off, and it took a while after we graduated to get coordinated, because life happens and stuff. And
sure.
Finally, we both got to Austin, I guess, and it was 2001. And then that's when we started working together. And, we did a bunch of shorts, probably 10, 20 shorts, some of them great, some of them good, some of them terrible.
Yeah.
Probably majority bad, but a few are good. And then about 2005, we decided that we were ready to try a feature, because that was when, like, the digital video was really kind of starting to look good, And, before HD, but still, I mean, it had made leaps and bounds in those 5 years since we graduated. So we decided to go for it, and plus, Wild Man is sort of a throwback movie to drive-in 70s horror Bigfoot movies,
Mm-hmm.
And so we really didn't need the pristine quality anyway, because we were gonna basically make it look like shit, because that's what they always did,
Yeah.
Although I'm gonna say it looks a little better than shit, but you know what I'm saying? Like it's supposed to look like lo-fi, right?
Of course.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, we weren't too concerned, because it was right on the cusp of HD, and everybody's like, "Are you sure you want to shoot it on that? Are you sure?" And I was like, "Well, I mean, what we'll do is we'll just add grain and just blow it up to HD. It'll still be HD. It'll just look muddy, and that's the idea, So anyway, that movie we did for $7,000, and
shit.
Yeah, I mean, you'll know when you see it.
Yeah.
Justin is a sorry, you there?
Yep, still here.
Okay. Yeah, Justin is obviously he's a trained actor. He's probably the only one or two trained actors in that film. But our whole idea there with him was to just surround him with like a bunch of real people, from that community that we shot at, and sort of just let him anchor it. So you've got a lot of colorful, real slices of life in that movie that are very interesting. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely it's either a horror movie in more ways than one, and you'll understand when you see it because some of the people are just like, really, that exists.
So I would say it's probably pretty safe bet to say that, or like in a more broad sense, that Pierce is a really big influence on you, obviously.
Well, yeah,
Because that was the granddaddy of Bigfoot movies.
Yes. I mean, there were a lot of other ones that there was a Bigfoot explosion.
Oh yeah.
You know, so I mean, we pulled from a lot of other ones.
Right.
But yes, Boggy was huge. But I mean, there's Creature from Black Lake in there. There's all kinds. I mean,
I never get sick of them. So.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I kind of went through a Bigfoot phase for 6-7 years, and I kept telling myself, before I got out of film school, I was like, man, one day we're gonna, because Bigfoot kind of went away, and that was another thing, when we wrote that in 2005, because Bigfoot's kind of popular again,
right?
And we hit that a little early,
yeah.
I mean, because that came out in 2008, and it was like there were a few, but the wave hit and all these shows and everything were way later,
right?
So we kind of missed that one a little bit. We were a little bit too antsy.
Know what's cool about Sasquatch though, or Bigfoot, is that he's the only ghost movies. I like to see less. In monster movies, sometimes I like to see more. But Bigfoot is the only one I like both ways. I like it when it's I like it when he's just outside scratching the tent. I like it when he's chasing that guy on the fucking bike and that other movie. I like it. I like it all. I like it. I just like it all. You know.
This one did really well on the festival circuit, and it got really well reviewed. For a small film that like I said, we did on the weekends for 6 months for $7,000.
Wow.
I mean, it took us 6 months to shoot it, just because we were working day jobs. This was before we were doing it full time.
Mm-hmm.
We had something to prove, and that's. I think if anything, even the people that didn't love the movie, saw the heart.
Right.
And I think that shined through, and that really got us. That's what got us the bigger budget gig with Butcher Boys. After that, it couldn't have happened without it.
Yeah.
We had to prove what we could do with nothing. And then Butcher Boys was a completely different experience. That was way, millions compared to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right.
And there was so much stuff going on in that script. I mean, there was car chases, shootouts, missiles, bazookas. Freaking, there was a scene with 11 people in one room screaming at each other. I mean, just fucking crazy, So it was it was really kind of nightmarish in a lot of ways to direct, just because it was so much stuff, going on at once, and it never stops. It just moves constant from the beginning to end. So learned a lot. It was basically crash course, and all that stuff you learned in school and everything, none of it really applied. And you got into, you just had to make it. You had to wing it, and we got thrown in the fire and brimstone, pretty much. And but we came out of it, and I was the editor of that film, so I stuck around with it all the way to the end, and learned a great deal about just how to see it to the end, see a project through and through with all the producers over you, and I mean that was the first time we had we were hired to do it. It wasn't our script, so I mean we had never experienced with Wild Man. It was just us, we were just okay, that seems cool.
Yeah.
Like you can't really do that when you're just that seems cool, let's do that. Well, wait, is that going to take half a day? No, I mean, no, you just can't do it that way. It has to be very, very planned out, meticulous. And you got people pushing back.
After being on both ends, do you have a preference? I need to be cattle prodded and oversaw. But
I would say yes. I mean, I definitely prefer having the stimulation from both sides. I think it kind of forces you into more interesting creative areas that you may not normally go. So yeah, but that one was a little bit. I mean, it was just. I think we went from a baby pool to an Olympic-sized pool overnight. Yeah, and so I was just holy fuck, how am I gonna direct this movie? You know what I mean? It was hard. I'm not gonna lie. And the movie, obviously I'm proud of it. I mean, I stuck with it through the end. It's nuts. It's crazy. Some people have trouble making sense of it. But it is what it is, and there's a lot of fans of it. You'd be surprised.
Yeah, it's really cool. And obviously, you had mentioned Kim Henkel, who you went to basically go to film school to learn from, and so he had written the script for Butcher Boys. What was that like working with a script from one of your heroes?
Well, it was pretty cool because when he first wrote that script, he wrote it in 2008, and right when we were doing Wild Man, right when Wild Man was hitting. And he was a producer on Wild Man, so he had kind of helped us, get it in fighting shape.
Yeah.
And so once we took that out, he sent that script to me, and at that time it was a Chainsaw sequel. It was a modern day Chainsaw movie set in the city.
Interesting.
And so at that time he just was letting me read it for just to give him feedback on the script.
Yeah.
And so I we gave him feedback, and it kind of went away because at that time he was doing this deal with gosh, I can't even remember, one Platinum Dooms, whoever took the rights after that. They're doing these new, the 3D one. Do you guys recall who did that? I can't remember.
I don't remember who that is, but I
It's not Platinum Dooms. Platinum Dooms did the other two.
Yeah.
It's the guys that did Saw. Whoever did Saw, them.
Oh,
Twisted Nerve?
Twisted Pictures.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so they got the rights, obviously, because it is 3D. So at that time, they roped in that script into the deal, right? And so it was gone, essentially. I mean, it was theirs for a couple years. So, I mean, I didn't even think about it. And then right after Wildman came out and was released on DVD or whatever, and I was trying to figure out what we were going to do next, and Justin had moved out to L.A. to sort of hit the acting pavement, and we were sort of in a hiatus there for a few months. And then, Kim called me in January 2010 and just said, hey, we were able to, with, some lawyer wrangling, we were able to get the script for Bone Boys back, and that's what it was called at the time, Bone Boys.
Okay.
Not Butcher Boys. But anyway, and he said, I'm going to tweak it, I'm going to rewrite it, kind of make it its own, stand on its own legs, and we were wondering if you were interested in directing. I'm like, you didn't have to ask me twice.
Yeah, no kidding.
So yeah, it was a personal invitation, and so he didn't want to work with anyone but us.
Wow.
And so we took the gig, and like I said, I didn't know exactly what he was going to do to the script at the time I said yes. And so when we got it, we were like, wow, this is, I mean, it was like on steroids,
Yeah.
So it was challenging, but there was really no other way to get a better crash course than to do a film like that, And when I showed up to the set the first day and I was looking around at all this stuff and all these people and all these trucks and all, I mean, it was intimidating.
I can imagine going from a $7,000 budget to this,
Yeah, I mean, I had Tums, I was just eating Tums like candy. I mean, it was, I mean, Justin's very cool and calm under pressure, but I get a little bit JoJo Idiot Circus Boy.
Yeah.
But
it's very cool though.
Yeah, I mean, that's how we work together.
Yeah.
Just going back to what I think was your actual question, and it's the yin and the yang. I mean, he's obviously the actor. I'm never in front of the camera. I'm always behind it.
Yep.
And all of our early work, I was always the DP. So I was always shooting everything.
Right.
So we were most comfortable that way anyway. And so it kind of lent itself well when we got into the bigger budget films, to where we sort of divide and conquer essentially. I mean, he's more one-on-one with the actors. I mean, I kind of bust in there if I need to, if there's something that's just not working blocking wise, or if a line is just not reading right, But I mean, he essentially kind of handles that area, and then I'm always with the DP, and then working with the camera as far as movement and whatnot. So it works out better that way because you can really hit both fronts. And over the years, doing it as long as we have, we really don't even have to communicate much while we're on set because we've already in pre-production kind of, aligned ourselves.
Yeah.
So on the set, a lot of it's nonverbal. It's just verbal cues and just looks, and we just, we can almost read each other. Like it's very odd.
Well,
some people have described it as a married couple. I don't know.
I'm sure it sometimes feels like that after being on set for months on end.
That sounds very familiar, actually. I have a lot.
Yeah.
I have a long-term writing.
Yeah.
No, that's exactly what made me think of it. I have me and the other main music writer for the band that this podcast is based around. We've been working together since 1989. And
that's a long time.
Yeah, I put my arm around his wife the other day and said, I love you. I'm stuck with him. And she looked at me and goes, that's the other fucking way around.
I totally get it. It's, you have your good days and bad days, but I mean, really you're in it, for the same reasons. You want the best film possible. And, we always have the same goal, and no matter how chippy it gets, within a couple hours we're patting each other on the back. Man.
Yeah.
It never gets ugly, and it can't. I mean, the only way that co-directing is not for everyone.
Sure.
It's getting more common nowadays, I think. You see it pretty often, but it really, as cliche as it sounds, the more, two brains are better than one. It's true, but it doesn't always work in the film set because there's just, the lines get crossed too easily, and it may not even be, it may be an innocent thing. Like where someone will go over to you and then you'll ask you something and then they'll go over to him and you get slightly different.
Right.
And then it's like, then the whole crew's looking at you like deer in headlights, like, what are we doing? What? So, you really got to have it down,
Yeah.
It can really gum up the works and time's money. If that takes an extra hour, you lose a shot, you don't make your day. The whole thing, it's a domino effect, so.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you're based out of Austin still, correct?
Right. Yeah, we've been in Austin this whole time. Well, Justin did go to LA for about a year.
Okay, but so he's back in Austin now.
Yeah, he's back.
Okay.
Once we got the Butcher Boys gig, I called him. I said, well, I guess I'll do this one by myself, huh?
Yeah.
And so he was, 2 days later he was there.
So what is it like? I've heard fairly good things about the film industry in Austin. I imagine it's cheaper than working in Hollywood. But what's it like working in Austin? And what's the film industry like there?
Well, the film industry is amazing. There's a wealth of talent there.
Sure.
And that's one thing about Killer Be Killed, especially, just the amount of talent that just sort of fell into our lap over the period.
Yeah.
Was really, serendipitous in a lot of ways. It was just like, wow, like it was almost like it was meant to be finished. More so than the other films, because the other films, we had all these like lulls and unknown periods. With this one, we never really, other than when we finished it and we didn't know when the wave was going to hit. The actual production in post, the composer felt, basically John, the person that did the music, he came right after we finished shooting, just happened upon, someone referred him over. That never happens, and so it's just happened that way. And I think a lot of that has to do with Austin, there's a really good film school there that feeds, the scene, right out of it. So everybody stays there a lot of times, or at least to get their feet wet. And then there's a lot of them that are based there. And there's some big Hollywood names based there. Terrence Malick, Robert Rodriguez, Mike Judge. There's some really good ones that live and work there. Richard Linklater, So that helps. And then they have a lot of good resources for filmmakers. They have an amazing film society that has grants, every year that help you get, projects funded, or at least help you along, the Texas Film Commission. There's just a lot of things that are based out of there that are there to service the artist. So I think that has a lot to do with it. As far as like the city itself, it's getting a little bit like the pants aren't starting to fit.
Yeah. We know about that.
Yeah, like the word's gotten out. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
So that is good, and it's also can be negative in that the rent's going up. People are getting kind of pushed out a bit. It's getting the gentrification's like in full swing. We're knocking things down that were really cool, and then now we're putting up condos, and
Yeah.
so there's a lot of that going on, and the city really looks completely different than it did, when I got there 16 years ago. But it still has the heart and the vibe. The core is there. But the film seems awesome. And what also is really cool is, and a lot of people don't realize this, is that an hour south of there is San Antonio, and that's where I grew up.
Yep.
And San Antonio is a really large city. I think it's like the 10th largest in the country. People don't realize it, but it's really sprawling. But what's cool about that city is there's really cool locations there to shoot that no one knows about. You know what I mean? And that's what we use in Butcher Boy. We just we just drove all over San Antonio, and we're like, this looks scary. This looks awesome. You know what I mean? And we just put all those little jewels into the movie. So if you really want to see San Antonio and its bowels, watch that one.
Very cool. So it sounds like it's a pretty bustling industry down there, which is great to hear.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's really awesome. So before we start to wrap up, I want to talk. I mean, obviously, I know there's probably a lot of stuff hush hush, but say as much as you can. I assume you guys are working on the next thing.
Yes.
If you can say anything about it, feel free. If not, speak in general. But what can we expect, and when can we expect the next film from you and Justin?
Well, we are pretty much neck deep in writing the next one. We should have it done probably in the next few weeks. In fact, I just got back last night from his house. We did a marathon session last night, but anyway, we're close. But it's a little bit different than our other films. I mean, like the other three, are kind of our shtick so far has been like films that sort of I don't know even how to explain it, but maybe like novelties that are sort of like films that kind of harken back to bygone eras in cinema or something. Like one's a Bigfoot movie, one's a spaghetti western, one's sort of an 80s horror slasher kind of thing. But this one's not so much. This one's more of it definitely has a horror edge. It's a border drama / horror thriller, I guess.
Okay.
It's a kind of it's a road movie set in Texas, and it basically winds up on the Mexican border, and it's a little more, I guess, modern. We're not really trying to make it look retro,
right?
And it's got a lot of the familiar things that you would see in as far as like plot device and stuff. It's a little, we're not trying anything real experimental,
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, it's really hard to describe it because it's not even really completely in our head yet.
Sure.
But it's called Choke Canyon. That's what the name of the movie is at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, like I said, a border drama, but has a sort of a Dusk Till Dawn spin at the end. So,
okay.
but no, not vampires. But I'm saying, like, as far as the drastic nature of this
right.
the change, and to go back to Quentin, as we were talking about earlier.
Well,
but anyway, hard to say when we'll get that off the ground. I'm hoping sometime in the fall. The fact that this movie just came out is helping a lot because we got to get names attached and get the money in place. But that'll be a lot easier when you have films that are actually out.
Yeah, I imagine it is. Yeah.
When you start talking to people and they're like, okay, well, can I go over to Walmart and get that? Well, no, you can't. But so if you tell them, yeah, go on over there, then that makes it easier. So that we're happy that this movie finally has arrived because
mm-hmm.
we've been waiting a long time.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, that's really cool, and it sounds like an interesting film project, and you guys, it's good to see you guys continuing to kind of push things and try different things and challenging yourselves. I think that's really awesome. So definitely looking forward to checking. You said it was Choke Canyon was the
Choke Canyon.
was the working title.
Like, Smoking the Bandit meets. Do you remember that Peter Fonda movie, Race to the Devil?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Maybe meets that with like a little bit of Prison Break in there, television show. I mean, it's a weird mix, but it's not like our other films. We're
Cool.
we're switching gears. We're trying something a little bit different.
Awesome. Yeah, really looking forward to that. Sounds really cool. We'll definitely keep our eyes out for that, and keep an eye out for updates. And speaking of updates, is there any way, I don't know if you are active on social media. I know that's where we spoke, but I don't know if you want to go ahead and let people know where they could follow you and your films and keep up on all the news.
Sure. Yeah, you can. Well, there's several places. You can find me on Twitter under Duanardo, Duanardo, and also GreeksFilms.com has all of our stuff. That's GREEKS films.com. And then, I'm on Facebook, and all the films have their own pages on Facebook. So any of those places would be, we usually kind of update across the board. So, no matter where you come in, you'll probably get wind of what's going on.
Yeah, excellent. So everyone go track down Duane on social media and follow all the films, and definitely looking forward to what's coming down the pike. And it's really cool. Do you guys have any final thoughts or anything before we?
I just want to say I really enjoyed you guys' review. I just want to make a point to say this, that I don't normally do these interview requests, and it's not anything personal.
Yeah.
I get too many requests, and a lot of times I do them just for friends and people that I met.
Sure.
But I wanted to do this because I really appreciated your commentary, and I honestly, it's pretty rare that I read or listen to a critique of your own work where I'm like, yes. Like, you pretty much got it. Like, even the stuff that were critical, I agree. Those were concerns that we had in the writing process. I think one of you used the phrase that it had too many moving parts. Well, that was always a concern, and in the early versions of the script there was even more. It was better than it was, but that was always on our mind. So a lot of that, it was almost like you were saying what I was on there, already.
Yeah.
We had, in the screenwriting world, we call that stacking story on story, and so I think that's what y'all were trying to say,
Yeah.
And so different terms, but same meaning. I knew what you were saying, I knew what you were getting at. But anyway, I just wanted to say I enjoyed it. It was intelligent and thoughtful, and and it was lengthy. And I was listening,
That's because we had El Goro from the Talk Without Rhythm podcast on. We're not very smart at all.
No, not at all. It was entertaining. I was like 30 minutes. You were talking at least 30 minutes, and you were talking about my film, and I was, I was flattered by it. So, again, I don't normally do these, so I just, thank you very much for checking it out and for doing that.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for checking it out. We say a lot of times we're just a bunch of assholes that like talking about movies and stuff. And
nah, man, you guys are great. I listen to a lot of podcasts, and sometimes I'm like, oh man, I appreciate what these guys are trying to do. But,
yeah.
You know what I mean? But you guys have something cool, man. It's a cool show.
Thanks.
Well,
thank you.
That means a lot to us, and we really appreciate that, Duane. That's very sweet of you to say, and I'm glad that we finally got the opportunity. We've been kind of talking about this for a little while, but we had so much going on, and glad we finally got a chance to get you on, because we really did dig Kill or Be Killed. Obviously we did give our honest take on it.
Sure.
But we did like it a lot, and we liked a lot of what you guys were doing, and we're really looking forward to seeing what you guys have down the road. And and the next film sounds really cool. I can't wait to check that out. So it's really.
I think we're gonna settle down a little bit. I don't know. It's just hard to put it into terms. But when you watch my other films, you'll see it's like we're really excited to be making movies, and it's like sometimes we get a little bit, and it's really kind of my fault because Justin's always trying to rope me in.
Yeah.
But this next one we're going to settle down. We're not going to be doing any, it's not going to be the weird guy in the corner making jokes and that's annoying everybody. We're gonna be playing it cool, and I think it might be a different experience.
Yeah, I mean, not for nothing. Far be it from me to not believe you, but I'm not sure that you can tell me that the movie is Smokey and the Bandit meets Race with the Devil, and then say you're laying back. We're gonna lay back a bit.
You're calling me out, but it gets fucking crazy. But what I mean to say is it's not gonna be trying to be cute for cute's sake. It's just, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I don't know. You'll just have to see it. You'll see what I mean. But we're not gonna leave the horror genre behind. It's gonna go down there.
Oh, good. Very good.
Yeah.
well, that's awesome to hear. Yeah. So we're really looking forward to Choke Canyon and checking that out and keeping up for updates and things. So,
and you'll definitely have to swing in again on the promo side of that, please.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I'd love to. Yeah.
Absolutely. That'd be great. I'd love to get in on that when there's some more information that we can discuss for sure. And I guess the last thing I'll say, I know you're a big fan of the Spurs. So if our Celtics don't make it, which it's not looking good right now, hopefully maybe we'll root for your Spurs.
Yeah, they're still in there, but we're excited. I don't think the Warriors are going to be beatable, but I'm enthusiastic, but I'm also real because I've been a Spurs fan for a long time, so I kind of know. Yeah, I have like a sense like when a team is unbeatable,
right.
I kind of had that for 3 years from 2000 to 2003 when Kobe and Shaq were together,
Yep.
Like where we could not get past them, But I don't know, with periodic it can get interesting,
Yeah,
so we'll see.
Absolutely.
I'm excited. We've got to get to the Thunder first. That's not going to be easy.
I feel like the Bruins have a better chance of getting to the NBA playoffs than the Celtics do right now.
They're in the playoffs, man.
No, they're not going any further.
No, Celtics are better than the Bruins.
Yeah, I don't know.
Bruins didn't even make the playoffs.
Part of the reason that I love horror is the '85 Celtics. It's like watching Kevin McHale Frankenstein and Larry Bird Scarecrow Monster.
They got back with Garnett, man.
Yeah.
Anything is possible.
Yeah. I was happy for him that year. I was happy. I was going for the Celtics that year. I wanted them to win. So.
I think that's more sports than we've talked about in the entirety of the show in the last couple minutes. It's kind of amazing.
It's good. I literally feel like somewhere somebody threw down their pocket protector and is like, traitors.
Yeah, done.
Yeah, I'm done with the show after 196 episodes. Done.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, just to plug, if you watch that documentary, Up Syndrome, that I'll tell you about, you'll see. I mean, it's all in there. Like, it's from my childhood, man. And with my friend Renee, it's deep seated. So there's story behind there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're definitely going to be checking out some of your earlier stuff, and everyone out there should go check it out. And even though some of the stuff is available for free, whether it's Amazon or Shudder or whatever, I guess it's not technically free, but the filmmakers aren't getting much from that. So if you like the films, go buy the Blu-rays, go buy the DVDs, help support independent cinema because it's helping these guys out. These guys, bust their asses for probably not as much money as they should. So
just one last thing, okay, so Wild Man of the Navidad is on Shudder. That's the easiest way to see it.
Yeah.
And Butcher Boys is still streaming
on
the
Netflix.
rest of this year on Netflix. And Kill or Be Killed is not streaming yet, but it's currently in Redbox. So you can you can go pretty much in any city in America on just use the app. Because the Redbox apps tell you exactly which kiosk has it.
Yes.
But the cheapest, quickest way to get Kill or Be Killed right now is a Redbox.
Interesting.
Okay, so there's no excuse out there, folks. If you have not seen any of Duane's films,
$1.50.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, I just queued up Butcher Boys on my Netflix.
That's where I watched Butcher Boys, was on Netflix. But we're just going to hook up Monster Zero's Jeep and just pull a red box down the road.
We could do that.
Yeah, so that's what
we could do that.
Someone's done that, man.
Yeah.
Give it time. Someone will.
You'll see it in the news in Massachusetts tomorrow.
Yeah.
If you hear that next week, it wasn't me.
It's gonna be more like a picture in the fucking paper. Mia Monte-Zero gets police cards with his fender torn off. It's chained to a red box.
Oh man, I remember when those first came out, they didn't have much selection in them.
Yeah.
No.
And I remember looking at them like, I wonder if our films will ever be in there. And then here we are now. 2 films have been in there. So dreams happen.
Yeah. It does happen.
Well, we'll definitely be checking those out. And once again, if people like these films, go buy them. You can use our Amazon link. We get a little cut. They get a little cut. It works all the way around.
It's freaking win, baby.
Exactly. So, Duane, thank you so much for taking some time out of your day, to your busy schedule, to come hang out with us. We really appreciate it, my friend.
Yeah, it was awesome, man.
Absolutely, man. Thanks again for having me.
Yeah, you got it. We'll definitely be in touch, and we're looking forward to checking out what's coming down the road with Choke Canyon. So best of luck with that for you and Justin, and we'll catch up with you again down the road, Duane.
All right, I'll take care.
All right, take care now.
Thank you.
Bye.
This is Bobby Chains, Uncle Polly,
And I'm the kid Tim Nice.
and be sure to check out our podcast, Unchained, part of the Grand Guignol Network, available on iTunes and Stitcher Radio.
This is Robert E. Ronsky Jr. from the Television Crossover Universe podcast, and you are listening to Trick or Treat Radio on the Grand Guignol Network.
All right. Duane was fucking awesome, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty sweet.
Really cool to talk to
Yeah.
that dude. He has a really good...
The
hell?
What's he doing? You just throwing shit around?
He's going to commercial.
We just came back from commercial. What do you do? Did he spill something?
I don't know, but there's a lot of crumbs around his chair. You
Well,
should see.
that's a fucking every Wednesday night.
I'll take a picture of this.
Take it, hurry.
Get the Swifter.
Crumbs under Dynamo's chair. It's just a normal Wednesday.
That candy bar exploded.
How many of you had?
Tomorrow I can't eat any.
All right.
You know what no iodine diet looks like?
No.
It's a big list.
What's iodine?
What are magnets?
Yeah. Number 1, cauliflower. You can keep going down the list.
Number 2,
100,
Number 2,
cauliflower.
water.
No. Can't drink fizzy water. Cauliflower.
Cauliflower's awesome, though.
Yeah, man, I don't want to eat every fucking day.
It's super versatile.
Yeah, it's very good with melted cheese and everything.
Yeah, I can't
You
have
can make
cheese.
buffalo cauliflower.
I can't have that.
I once made pizza with cauliflower crust.
Yeah, I can't have that, though.
Shut up, Raven Shadow. Stir your sauce, all right?
Everybody eats meat.
I made a thing
No,
once.
I don't.
Me and my buddy Adam Landry, who's the most manly man in the world for a job. He gets his wife pregnant all the time and makes knives. And we made a thing once. We made a thing once called Meatza. The crust was made out of a different kind of meat.
Did you guys hear about that new bacon joint?
Bacon joint
in Necronomicon, the Hangover pub where all they serve is bacon.
Nope.
Can't believe that this fucking candy bar exploded.
All right. Well, we have literally a fucking metric ton of feedback to get to, so we're gonna need to keep the comments. I don't want to say keep them to a minimum, but let's keep in mind that there's a lot of feedback to get to. First off, let me just double check in the chat room. There's still a bunch of people hanging out, lots of stuff going on in here, and it seemed like people didn't really like our sports talk.
Go Brady.
No, but
they're leaving in droves.
Robert Ironsky says high praise when Duane gave us the nice words, and then Jethro says you can tell he listens to the show. The Deadites have earned that praise. Patsy says, "Yep." Thanks, Patsy.
Dynamite drop in, Patsy.
And Nicholas just says, "I throw down my Blu-ray or the thing I'm done." What? I throw down my Blu-ray or the thing I'm done. Trick or Treat Radio just talked about sports, so Nicholas threw down his Blu-ray
of the thing. Oh, shame.
But I have a.
He must be really pissed if he did that. Damn.
We all like sports.
Oh,
right?
that's what he meant. Of the thing, not
Yeah.
for the thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. It makes more sense now. Robert says that was a really great interview. I love listening to filmmakers talking about their work. Jethronomicon says, nice interview, boys. Another in... I hate when it does that. Just like someone types and it skips all the way to the bottom. Another in a long line of great interviews, but I must leave you now. Got to be up early. All right, Jethro. See you, buddy.
Ooh.
And let's see. All right. I think that's it. Murph is hanging out in the chat room, Mars, and he says, you getting the radio iodine treatment?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. So I don't even know where the fuck to start with feedback. We got a bunch from Nick.
Shaggy's kid looks like my kid. My kid looks like Shaggy's kid.
You guys want, so we heard from Nick, we heard the Batman 1966.
Mm-hmm.
You guys want to hear him talk about Batman 1989?
Oh.
Michael Keaton?
This could be fun.
Tim Burton?
Yeah.
All right.
Prince?
Oh, fuck. We had to talk about that.
Hey, Trick or Treat Radio, Nick here. I'm going to give my first Batman review from 1989 Batman.
June 23rd.
I haven't seen this in a very long time, and I really liked it. I gave it about a B+.
Are you okay?
I am.
And it gave me
I know
tuberculosis.
there's a big argument all the time of
Give me a
Heath
TV
Ledger's
plus.
Joker and Jack Nicholson's Joker, and I like them both. I think they both add
He's talking like
their
Jack
own
Nicholson.
flavor. What I always tell everyone is the Joker's been many people. They've been Robin, they've been this person, that person. So just look at it as a different person. I enjoyed the film noir kind of idea to it, the gangsters and versus Batman versus the police. Really enjoyed this one. I'm actually even more excited for the Penguin Batman Returns because I think that one's even darker. This one was kind of like a cop drama film noir, and that one's kind of just really weird. These two films are probably one of my favorite Tim Burton films because that guy's terrible now. And yeah, like I said, about a B+. Really enjoyed it. I will give you Batman Returns after I watch it. Thanks. Have a good one. Bye.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Thanks, Nick. The Batman reviews roll on. Raymond Chad, any quick comments about Batman 1989?
Oh my god! I mean, it was a fucking game changer, man. I mean, like I said, it was June 23rd, 1989. I was 13, and it was excellent. And this was the first movie that made it kind of cool to wear a comic book T-shirt because it was a different fucking world in '89.
Did you see it at the Paul Howley screening?
I did not go to that. I went the following. No, I went. I saw it back to back that weekend, but I did not go to that. I couldn't make it.
And anybody who thought that Michael Keaton couldn't play a decent Batman was proven wrong.
Are you sure?
I think so.
As someone who loves Batman, I'm still not sold on Michael Keaton.
I think he sold me.
It was Tim
Well, at the
Burton.
time, it was
Yeah.
Michael Keaton or Adam West.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there wasn't really much to go on.
Yeah.
Whatever. I mean, it was so long ago now that I just wanted to get some quick hit comments on it. So
you can hear me talk about comic books once a month on Film for Thought.
I was just about to call out the retrospective, the Batman retrospective. If you want to hear Dynamo talk about it, go check out Film for Thought.
Yeah.
It's is it filmforthought.bandcamp.com?
Yep.
Okay.
And I'll be doing Captain America in a couple of... I think that when the superheroes happen, you get old Dynamo. So
There you go. Rocky says, there once was a monster named Zero who wanted to be a hero. He yelled on the mic or at Mike and wished to disembowel them like Nero.
Did you crush my candy bar when I wasn't looking?
No, I didn't. Why would I touch a candy bar? It's peanut butter shit, man.
It's not.
Yeah, he would die, actually.
It's not peanut butter.
Actually, he would die if he touched that.
It's not peanut butter.
There is peanut butter in
That's
it.
a Butterfinger. It's peanut butter.
Butter. Nowhere does it say peanut.
Peanut butter.
Well, peanut butter finger.
Yeah, it's just a stick of butter on the inside.
Yeah.
Holy fucking shit, it is peanut butter.
Jesus Christ.
Are you just realizing this now?
Yeah.
You thought it was butter.
I thought it was delicious butter.
Oh, my fucking God.
Throw myself down the stairs.
This is like the time Silica realized what the RB and Arby's meant.
Roast beef.
Right, so good.
I'm kind of pissed. Not that I can eat it, but that Arby's down in, was it Webster Square is gone.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll never go see Ethan McGloofbits now. That was the only reason I went.
What is it now? Do you know?
Popeyes.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know about that.
Popeyes isn't bad.
I feel like Popeye's fish will give you the hepatitis.
What? They have fish there?
What?
Isn't that what's at Popeyes?
No, it's a chicken joint.
No wonder it tasted so weird. I was like, I don't know. This fish tastes weird.
This
fish has gone bad.
This eclair is weird. This fish is weird.
All right.
So in
You got
closing,
some weird fish.
Butterfinger is another peanut butter candy.
Yeah, you don't know from tasting it?
No, I didn't know what it tastes like.
Oh
I'll tell you what, it doesn't taste like fucking peanut butter.
Yes, it does.
I just ate 12 peanut butter cups. There was no resemblance.
It's crunchy peanut butter.
It does not taste like peanut butter.
Yeah,
at
it
all.
does. It definitely does.
Shit.
I thought it was some sort of butter.
They take a stick of butter and melt chocolate around it. Is
Fucking
that what you thought?
parquet fingers.
I didn't know. I'm sorry.
What was that Native American? What does they sell? What was that brand?
Oh, Land O'Lakes.
There you go. Yeah.
Oh,
Land
the
O'Lakes
Native.
finger.
Be quiet. I won't go into the details, but Land O'Lakes is how I kept Last Frontier open and moved Dynamos. I got a quite an inheritance from my my grandfather's name wasn't Land O'Lakes, but that's whose name was on the checks if you got paid from that. So
Greg Marcus just said Arby's. Mind blown. Actually, I never thought of it. It makes sense, though. I never really thought about it.
did you guys know about, honestly, chat room, did you guys know about Butterfingers?
Yeah, everyone in the chat room, let us know.
Pat's ear in
Did
the
you
back.
know that Butterfingers was peanut butter? Dynamo thinks it's just a stick of butter.
Well, now I know. It says right on it.
Peanut butter fingers.
Wiley's not.
First time Michael says, sacrilegious. You guys want to hear from Don Coscarelli?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hey, Trigger Tree Radio. It's me, Don Coscarelli.
Oh, hey, Don.
Hey, Don.
Director of such great films as
Phantasm.
Beastmaster,
Love it.
Love it.
John Dies at the End,
Love it.
Love it.
and Phantasm.
Love
Great
it.
movie.
I just wanted to call in because I got one of those email alert things whenever some of my movies are talking
Oh,
about.
yeah.
And I must have missed it, but for months, your Facebook page has been talking about Phantasm.
Yeah, it's true.
And I noticed a lot of love for it, except for some fucking faggot.
Whoa.
named Nick. So,
Don, don't use
yeah,
that word.
he can go fuck himself with a big black dildo till he dies, because I'm still making money on that dollar bills, y'all. So I'm with you guys. Fuck them. This is Don Coscarelli.
You can't
And
say that.
can't wait for John Dies at the End too, with more Paul Giamatti. Look for that in 2017 in another Phantasm movie. So
yes,
yeah, like
Ravager.
I said again, fuck that Nick kid. Bye guys, it's Don Coscarelli.
Thank you, Don.
Sure wasn't Larry Flint.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
He's a fucking raunchy man.
Rudo.
Yeah.
Wow. Jesse Ventura.
Jeez.
Came out swinging.
Well, thanks for calling in, Don Coscarelli. I didn't realize you listened, but he didn't mention Bubba Hotep.
I forgot about that.
Did he not like that movie?
Bubba Hotep, what's that?
Patsy the Angry Nerd says margarine fingers.
Right.
And,
Margarine, yes.
Nathan Cotton Coy Vance
Less
Duke,
saturated fat, I guess, huh?
Nathan Cotton Coy Vance Duke says, I had no idea. Hashtag revelations. I think he's talking about Arby's.
I'm swishing this thing around my mouth. It does not taste like peanut butter.
Murph says, I have no clue what it is. It's not butter or peanut butter or chocolate for that matter.
Right?
Greg knew it was peanut butter. Yeah, right on, Greg.
I knew it was delicious.
Nathan Cotton Coy Vance Duke says, I lost a lot of respect for Don Coscarelli tonight. I think he might have had a stroke. Don, you need some sensitivity training, I think.
True. Sugar warnings, Don.
All right.
Don't listen to my other show, Don.
Yeah. So we literally have about 20 voicemails, I think. Hopefully we can get to them all. This is... So you guys remember when we sent Wooberman a package, and I felt bad.
Oh, yeah.
I felt bad because it was way late getting to him, but we're waiting for one other thing that still hasn't come in yet. So I figured I'm just gonna send it to him anyways. Sent him a bunch of extra stuff for his for being so cool and waiting. So what he did was, I think he sent in some reviews of the movies that we sent him as a gift. So let's check this out.
While across the Atlantic Ocean, beneath a grey and unyielding, overcast sky, lies the little town of Innsmouth, home to a man, a Wooberman, sitting upon the floor, waiting to speak to Trick or Treat Radio. Hi guys. Over the last weekend, I've been watching quite a few movies. Not least a couple that some beautiful bastards from the US, like maybe yourselves, sent over to me. So I watched Memory of the Dead, and I'd like to talk a little bit about it, if you wouldn't mind.
Please do.
It was an interesting movie. I can give it that. It kind of... how can I struggled to parse it out, to be honest. It described itself, or has been described, as a comedy horror. Well, there's one thing wrong with that title, at least. But to be all honest, in all honesty, I found it slightly difficult to follow. And I think there's a failing in myself rather than the actual movie. Mainly, it is a fully Spanish movie, fully Spanish spoken, and so I watched it with the subtitles on. Now, that usually isn't an issue for me, but the range of characters and what was said, I don't know what the comedy was, and that's probably a problem in translation. So, yeah, I'm not going to talk about the plot. It doesn't matter. There are some very interesting, exaggerated characters in there, and I mean really exaggerated. It kind of brings me to mind, and I'm not saying this in a level of quality. I don't hate this movie, and I don't love this movie, but it reminds me of David Lynch's love of aberrant behavior. You know, people would just act out. It was as if they were all id. They just flew off the handle Someone couldn't chuckle. They had to laugh maniacally. Someone couldn't say something enigmatic. They'd have to be mysterious about it. And maybe that is a cinematic choice. Maybe that's something to do with Spanish cinema over what we're used to. But one thing this movie's definitely got for it is some really crazy visuals. If you ever see the actual back of the box, the lady with the weird face is a very, very strong visual. Very freaky as all fuck. And in all honesty, the plot was meandering for most. It was kind of weird, wonder what everybody's motivations were, but in the end, it paid off. It was interesting. It's worth, in the Elm Street kids' point of view, it's worth a rental. I think everybody should at least experience this, and I thank you for letting me experience it myself. I'm going to bring on just quickly, just very, very... I know this has gone on for quite a while, and I apologise. Toad Road, mumblecore horror is not something I've discovered I enjoy. Mumblecore in general, really. To be honest, if I wanted to watch people just fucking talk, I would go to some of the shit that's on YouTube. And I like YouTube. But man, this is some art house, like low-level stuff. And yeah, I got bored. And I look actually in my meanderings on mobile devices whilst the movie was going on, because man, I could not focus throughout this. I found a reading up an entire thing. I found quite a few of the my queries were confirmed in the fact that the movie was cast from social media by people who aren't actors, and the director just kind of threw these people together and filmed a lot of scenes without scripting. Well, I say scripting as in like they weren't given a script of things to say. They were just the traditional mumblecore, like, I want you to talk about this is your motivation, go. And talented improvised actors, that is gold. If you've seen Whose Lines Anyway, I love that shit.
Word.
But with this, it was kind of painful to sit through and boring. And there was a flaccid penis within 10 minutes. I mean, jeez. It took a full 45 minutes to see a boob in comparison. So that may be where this movie's going. I don't know. But yeah, I kind of struggled through it. And in the end, I shut it off. And that's because I don't believe in suffering for your art. Not to that degree.
Unlike MZ.
So Toad Road, I wouldn't say it was for me, but if you're interested, go ahead. Please be my guest.
Wolverman will send it to you for
have
free.
My blessing. And lastly, to go on a high note, He Never Died.
There you go.
Holy fuck, that was a good movie.
Yeah.
I'm just going to cut this very short because it's really fucking long. 6 minutes. Jesus Christ. I'm surprised I'm not out of breath already. One sec. Sip of beer for the working man. loud sip of beer.
There you go.
Anyway, yeah, He Never Died. I'm a huge mark for Henry Rollins.
Word.
I love this man. I sat for a very long time sitting through his spoken word work. Like Tom Waits, it makes my heart sing whenever I find out he's in a movie. Johnny Mnemonic, amazing. I found out he was a voice actor in Batman Beyond as an activist. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. He was in Sons of Anarchy.
Word.
As of all things, a neo-Nazi white supremacist, which is like the opposite
No wonder
of
why I
Henry
like
Rollins.
that show.
And the man can pull it off. I'm not saying he's like an amazing actor. I just really enjoy him.
I agree.
The movie was good. It ended abruptly. But I think it's well worth a watch. And it's available on Netflix over here. Where we get like the Diet Coke version of Netflix as opposed to you guys, in which I've seen via the internet. Man, you get some good shit on there.
Diet Coke.
So yeah, I'm gonna cut it off there. You've listened to me long enough. I'm sure that the beautiful buttery sounds of my voice are dripping from your ears already.
Like a
Butterfinger.
So good evening, good day, and if you got one, take a drink. I love you. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Well, thank you for that, Wooverman. I'm glad we were able to get your thoughts on those flicks. You certainly weren't painting us with your voice, and looks like the chat room liked it. Murph says, I want a hammock woven from that beautiful son of a bitch's voice.
Shit, I would lay in that.
Patsy says, or a pillow stuffed with his voice. Or both, says Murph. Rocky says his voice is made of finely woven Colt Seaver chest hair. And first time Michael says the unknown stuntman that makes Eastwood look so fine.
Oh, snap.
Wolverman is mine.
Patsy the Angry Nerd says lady with a weird face equals Raven Shadow.
What's that about?
I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah.
And
I don't think you're a lady.
Thank you.
Murph says, seriously, I could listen to a 40-hour audiobook of him reading soup recipes.
He belongs to me.
Nathan,
He should read like the alphabet of manliness, you know, just
Nathan Cotton Coy Vance Duke says Toad Road is awful, sadly.
Wolverman's mine, I called him.
Hey.
Robert Eronski has to head out. See you later, Robert. I'll see you this weekend as you come to record your show. And Cody says, and I'm really generous when it comes to that kind of thing, but good Lord. I guess he hated it. All right. So thank you, Wooberman, and thanks for jumping on that grenade of those movies. I kind of wish you had liked them better. I hope you like the book more than the movies.
I hope you like me.
Ooh.
Better.
Speaking of Angry Nerd, do you guys want to hear from an Angry Nerd? Let's hear from Patsy.
Hey there, Trick or Treat Radio. It's Patsy. And I've got a little something I'd like to try. If you guys like it, I'll do it again. If not, I will go fuck myself. It's a little segment I like to call What's Making Patsy an Angry Nerd. And I've already tried recording this about 7 or 8 times, but I keep going way too long because I get way too angry and way too passionate about what I'm arguing about. But deep breath. All right, I'm going to try to go a lot quicker in this voicemail than I did in the previous attempts. So the thing that's been bothering me is why they can't make a good Fantastic Four movie. Fair. I mean, this is the first family of Marvel. They are the guys you go to, especially Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards. He's the guy you go to. I understand. All right, I get that he has shitty powers. I get that he sucks. Whoa. Nobody wants to pretend to be him as a kid. Why? Nobody's dressing up for him as Halloween because he sucks.
No,
okay?
Hey, no.
But here's the thing with Reed Richards. Reed Richards is the guy you call, oh, my cat's stuck in a tree and can't come down. He'll reach up and grab your cat. Oh, I threw my Frisbee onto the roof. He'll go up and get it. We can't figure out a way to defeat Galactus before he devours our planet. You know what? Reed Richards is the guy who solves that fucking problem too.
Right.
Okay? Yeah, he can put the light on the star on the top of the fucking Christmas tree, but he also can get the goddamn ultimate nullifier and fucking send Galactus back to where he fucking came from.
Right.
Now, here's my issue. Here's the shit that bugs me. Okay? You can take an obscure fucking comic book team. Okay? You can cast as your lead fucking actor the tubby dumbass from Parks and Recreation, and you can throw a fucking talking tree and a goddamn talking raccoon in this movie, and it'll make $1 bajillion, Your end credit scene is going to be a cameo of the fucking worst movie that they've ever made.
Not true.
Okay?
No.
Like, Spider-Man 3 bad. Okay? And that's fucking saying something. All right? And I love me Sam Raimi. Okay? And I love me some Spider-Man. But what the fuck? Why can they not make a good Fantastic Four movie? And why is it they can never make an accurate fucking representation of Doctor Doom?
Fair.
Okay? He's not some billionaire industrialist.
Correct.
He's not, whatever the fuck was in the last movie. I didn't see that. I have no intention of seeing it because there's nobody named Dr. Doom in it, nobody named Victor Von Doom. I don't even know what the fuck his name is. It's something that kind of sounds like Doom, but isn't Doom.
Victor Von Dude.
Okay? It's not like he's an overly complicated character, even if you have to CGI it. He's got a green cloak, and he's fucking metal. Like he's wearing a metal suit. And you'd think that Marvel would want to capitalize on a guy in a metal suit, considering they've already done it repeatedly with Robert Downey Jr.
It's not Marvel.
Yeah, it's not Marvel's fault. I don't know why. I'm baffled why people don't get it.
That's my 2 cents. That's what's making me an angry nerd. Getting angry.
He's going to have a
Trying
heart
not
attack.
to. But
hold on. We'll get
you guys know. You guys understand.
No,
kind of.
There's no excuse not to make a good fucking Fantastic Four movie, especially when you've got the fucking Infinity Saga coming up in a couple of years. Okay, if Ant-Man can get his own movie and Black Panther can get his own movie, and these are equally unknown characters to the casual comic fan,
slow down.
Then there's no reason. There's no reason that the Fantastic Four should not be able to get a good fucking movie. Okay?
Okay.
All right. I think I'm relaxed now. I would like to add one thing. Raven Shadow, there are 4 guarantees in life. There is death. There is taxes.
Yep.
There is Trick or Treat Radio every Friday morning. The 4th guarantee is that Raven Shadow will not watch the movie each week.
I watched it this week.
But, yeah. Like I said, if you guys like this, I'll do it again. If not, no, I'll go fuck myself. Just want to say have a good night and a pleasant tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Do it, Patsy. Do it again, man. We liked it.
Yeah, it was awesome.
We liked the passion.
Yeah.
So which one of you is going to go first? You both raise your hands.
I'll go so I can correct him too.
Wait, correct me?
You'll go. Yeah, you go
fuck
first.
yourself.
Right. Ready? Go.
All right, Raven Shadow.
No, he's not entirely wrong. Let's take it back to his powers for a minute. It's fucking stretching powers.
Right.
Which is what you want.
Who the fuck doesn't?
I don't.
He could be in like 3 Axel Braun flicks at one time.
On 3 different sets.
Yeah, it'd be outrageous. He could be in the FF parody. He could be in all kinds of other shit. Listen, fucking stretching powers. That's how you get fucking Jessica Alba. Word.
That's it? That's all you have to...
Well, no. I mean, it's not a dumb power. It's fucking a good power.
Okay, we believe you.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, hey, I wouldn't mind it.
Right?
It costs too much. That's why you can't make a good Fantastic Four movie. What? You make a Fantastic Four movie with the budget of the last Avengers movie, and you're only scratching the surface, and that's the problem.
That's absurd.
No, I'll stand by it, and I said all the time they're astronauts, they're cosmonauts, I'm interested to see all the
juggernauts,
all the
McJaggernauts,
Doctor Strange things I see are like he's walking down this fucking street in New York. That's not the fucking Doctor Strange that I want to see. Like he's got to be in a fucking.
Doesn't he live in Greenwich Village?
Yeah, but he's gonna be. But his adventures don't happen.
Really? I live in Queens.
What's he doing? Shopping? Is it a movie about him shopping?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's gonna buy his.
He goes to Bleecker Street.
Yeah.
I think that it's going to be hard to make a Fantastic Four movie now because, like, the budget that granted they cut the budget by like 25% or something ridiculous like that, 45% I think, but on this last one. But I think that to make a good Fantastic Four movie, you need probably a brilliantly rendered CGI Galactus, and that's expensive. You need to do tons of stuff in space, and your space better look better than fucking Batman as Superman.
Just get Doom right.
And you need a whole fake country. Like I think it's an expensive proposition for, to do properly. I think people try to sponge off the name, but they haven't tried to do the property justice. That I can't really speak on the last one because I
haven't seen any of them.
That guy went fucking berserk. I've seen.
I like the Fantastic Four, but I have no interest in the films.
I've seen all of them. I mean, if you go down the line, can't count the Corman one because it was made to keep the license. Okay, those middle two were made in a time where that's what comic book movies were.
Like those are like those are. You had Spider-Man 1, and then they started making Fantastic Four movies.
Right.
So the most commonality was the X-Men movies, which were really dark, and you weren't going to do that with Fantastic Four. But the DC movies that were fucking all dumb and wacky, and that's kind of what they owed.
And to be fair, it was like I said before, it's the guy that did Barbershop 1
Right.
and 2.
That was a really bad. Yeah.
I will say this though: the moment my oldest son was younger, he was probably 7. We saw the first one when Johnny did his FF.
What did I do?
Yeah.
Not the other Johnny.
Yeah.
Wait, no, Johnny Storm.
Right. Yeah.
Very important character.
Yeah.
When he did his little flame thing,
Mhm.
my son did like the Macaulay Culkin fist
Yeah.
bump. That it was for him.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Like
End of the day, any property can be done well.
if you're a fucking adult making fun of those movies, you're shooting fish in a barrel.
Right.
Right. It's like El Goro's brilliant. If you want to go back, I wish I could remember the thing. It was a milestone episode, but El Goro, people voted for any movie for El Goro to do on this milestone episode, and it ended up being Care Bears movie. And they wanted him to like tear it apart, and he did this brilliant speech about how some things aren't for me.
Right.
You know, like I'm not going to get any entertainment from Care Bears. And I also will say, and Nicholas might fight with me, and other people might fight with me. Patsy never even saw it, so it's complaining for nothing. I also am not going to count this last FF movie against the source material either, because
it wasn't.
If it was like off the fucking tracks. Like if you read like that movie, someday they're going to make a documentary about that movie, in the way like Jodorowsky's Dune or the Batman Dead End thing of one of these fucking weak, crazy. Like you could easily do 90 minutes of just the crazy shit that I've heard about on that set. Let alone, there's probably tons of stuff that they held back because it wouldn't have got
I'll see that movie.
Yeah, right. So I think that it's some things just have bad fucking luck. Superman, in my opinion, since we got out of the '79, is a franchise that's had bad luck attached to it. So
Well, let me catch up real quick on the chat room. There's some takes in there. This is unrelated, but first time Michael says, so Butterfingers equal the amazing voice of Wooberman concentrated? Amazing. I think it might be.
I would like to put it in my mouth.
Rocky says, simple. Marvel isn't actually making the movie. If it was Marvel, they would make it work.
Yeah, see, I agree with Patsy too. But I mean, I do think budget has a lot to do. I think it's I think it's too fucking expensive to do a Justice League movie, to be honest. They're gonna fuck it all up.
Well, we'll find out in a couple of years. And Rocky also says,
Next year.
oh, I have a toy stuck in my ass. Reed Richards. What? Nicholas says, Patsy, slow it down. I'm the heel. And then Nicholas says, I'm with you, Patsy. Fuck those Fantastic Four films. Nathan Cotton, Coy Vance Duke says they make Fantastic Four movies bad on purpose to upset excitable nerds.
Could be.
Oh, well, that's the...
Murph says they can't make a good one because they don't believe people like comic books. No, I think that's right.
No, I would agree with that.
Yeah, Patsy says, I understand that Marvel doesn't have the rights, but they fucking should. Well, they don't.
You get on that, Patsy.
Yeah.
It should be fucking world peace.
Wait, Rocky says I should have 4 nipples and a thirsty goat, but hey.
I'm not saying that I don't ever get blowjobs. I'm just saying that I'd like more. So if at some point you can work on those.
Murph also has another good point. Says, well, yeah, but they can't get them back without paying out the ass for a damaged comic property.
Right.
Absolutely. They're not going to pay top dollar because
It'll take a while.
And first time Michael says, preach it, Patsy. And Nicholas liked the Patrick Nerd Rage segment.
I did too.
Patsy says, thanks, Nick. Thanks, guys. And Murph says, Plastic Man, by far the best of the stretchy characters.
Elongated Man. Thank
Ralph
you.
Dibny.
Because his nose twitches when he smells the mystery. And that's excellent.
No, I think Flat Man from
the Great Lakes
Avengers is the best.
Greg says, kind of want to see a Fantastic Four movie set further back in time. Something very 50s Cold War pseudoscience era.
Just watch the fucking Incredibles. Listen, I'll write that fucking Fantastic Four movie. I almost the day that Nick had me all up in arms, like I had my fucking Word program open. Like I was gonna, if I didn't have real work to do, I would have wrote that thing. Like I was ready because for me, just like Murph says, it's easy. Because I understand the comic. I understand the way Marvel does things, how they take as much from a source material as they need to make it happen and then make it cinematic and, fill up all the filler with stuff that's so entertaining you don't realize that you didn't need to go to that party.
Yeah.
You didn't need to do X thing. And,
it's good. You know,
Mhm.
like I think I could write a pretty decent. Nobody would buy it. Nobody will make it, and it would cost too much money. But I think I could make a good Fantastic Four movie.
Murph says, but the Roger Corman one was the best. Tim from Australia says Civil War opens in Australia today.
Yeah, I think it opens for Wooberman tomorrow or today. What the fuck?
And Nicholas says, I agree with you, Dynamo. It wasn't the director's fault. FF isn't for me.
No, in this case, the new one was the director's fault.
Yeah, the new one was totally director's fault.
Tim also says, I cheered the Sydney Opera House being destroyed in the new X-Men trailer with 700 people that cheered the same during a midnight screening of Godzilla Final Wars.
Don't get Tim all fucking.
Uh-oh. Murph says, Elongated Man over Plastic Man? This is a madhouse.
Oh, come on.
A
it's
madhouse.
I will debate that.
E.L. O'Brien, I would go Plastic Man over Ralph Digby.
No.
No, you're probably right. I don't know. That's a tough one. I like both.
Yeah, they're both pretty awesome characters.
They're really similar. Like
I really like I think I like Ralph Dibny's, I like his alter ego. I think he has a better duality there, right?
He gets the bang Sue, so that's
yeah.
good too. Sue Digby. Hey, I've got a new way to handle these situations that are hard like that. Raven Shadow asked me that question. Which one I like better?
Who do you like better?
Of who?
Plastic Man or Ralph Dibny?
Ted Cord. That's gonna be right.
Oh, and Rocky says Stretch Armstrong fucks them all.
It's a weird issue.
I think I have cancer because I fucking sucked all the shit out of those when I was a kid.
What were you doing sucking shit out of it?
I chewed it, and I had a fucking jelly, and I didn't know what to do with it, so I...
Were you sucking off Stretch Armstrong?
I was 9.
That explains the smile on his face all the time.
I killed him. He was just a hard plastic head after that. The legs were stretchy, and the body was filled with sand. I just had a fucking big beanbag head. I had a fucking quadriplegic, like Donald Trump toy is what it looked like when all said and done.
Tim from Korea's hanging out. What's up, Tim?
Oh!
And Tim says the FF films and any idea of a Silver Surfer film should be buried with the spinning corpse of Jack. People laugh at Corman for a shitty FF film from the 80s, but the last two were no goddamn better. Just more money pissed away.
We got transcontinental Tims going on.
That's right, yeah.
Tim from two countries.
And then Tim from two Earths.
That's the Stretch Armstrong. I fucking bit the leg and shit came out, so I didn't know what to do, so I just sucked it out.
I mean,
I think
apart
I got
from the
poisoned.
toy, the package, he kind of looks like Sid Vicious a little bit.
He does.
Yeah, he does. All right, last thing on this.
And he rules the world, you know.
Why is he got a dog collar on?
I don't know.
Murph's-
Dynamo put that on him.
Murph says Elongated Man is a more interesting character, but Plastic Man is far more entertaining and tends to be used better.
And powerful.
I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that. He's got more high profile, usage, but
No way. Elongated Man was friends with Barry. He drinks gin gold. He was in the Justice League. That's fucking weird. The only reason Plastic Man got a push is because they didn't use Ralph.
Yeah, but Plastic Man's got powers that Elongated Man didn't have.
Do you guys want to hear from First Time Mike?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Hey guys, First Time Mike again. Forgot to show my love for Jarrett's movie, They're Coming In. Thought it was a great short film. The creatures look unique. Great scenario. Would love to see it longer, but I think it also works just great just the way it is. Also, Phantasm rules, and just messing with you, Raven Shadow. Again, have a good night, guys.
Awesome, Mike. Thanks for that, man. We'll definitely pass that along. Well, Jared listens to the show, so I'm sure he'll hear your feedback, but we'll definitely make sure that he hears that.
He's my boo.
Yeah, if anyone hasn't seen They're Closing In, definitely take a look. It's online for free, so go check it out, because Jarrett is a really cool dude. I definitely think that we're going to be getting him back in studio again soon.
We're going to be replacing him with Raven Shadow.
Yep.
Hey. We're going to do our own show,
He
Jared.
can hold his boobies. Unlike me and Raven Shadow.
Hey. You did a good job. I got home.
Hey guys, I think we got a new sponsor for the show.
Oh no!
So they just sent us something. So let's check this out.
In 1925, decorated British war hero Sir Richard Edenballs picked up everything he knew from London, England, and moved to Chicago, Illinois. After putting down roots in America, Dick Edenballs joined the Chicago PD. It was then that the legend of this hard-drinking, hard-fighting man of justice began. After being dismissed from the Chicago Police Department for allegedly clubbing Al Capone in the taint with a wine bottle repeatedly, he moved into the private sector as a private detective. He became known as the toughest, hardest dick in town to take on the toughest cases in Chicago's underworld. That's why we here at HDL Spirits are proud to introduce our new brand in honor of Detective Dick Edenball's Hard Dick Liquor. That's right, Hard Dick Liquor, coming everywhere soon. But don't take it from us. Here's some satisfied customers.
Yeah, I fucking love it, you know, right? Like every night me and the boys are out scouring the city at every bar looking for a hard dick liquor, right?
I'll never forget the first time me and my boys, Stefan and Todd, went into a liquor store and got a bottle. Man, we ran down the alley, couldn't wait to get our lips around it. Man, it was a religious experience. I fell to my knees, and from that moment on, I was a hard dick liquor man.
Oh, I just love hard dicks. As an exotic dancer, sometimes I drink it on stage, but it's just so hard to dance and drink at the same time, so I just let it splash all over my face and chest.
That's right, Hard Dick Liquor. Find a Hard Dick Liquor tonight. Don't forget to try our non-alcoholic brand, Pussy Liquor, for those of you on the wagon or in a due to court order.
What do you guys think?
Wow.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
and should we get that hooked up?
Yeah, we end.
Yeah, let's do it, man.
End the show now. I gotta stop on the way home.
Are you a hard dick liquor fan?
Pass.
Yeah, hey, go have another banana.
I am. I love hot dick liquor.
Man.
Oh, man, that was
Hard
amazing.
Dick Liquor
I need
really
a Hard
gets the
Dick Liquor
juices
t-shirt,
flowing.
man.
Hard Dick Liquor, get in touch with us. Let's talk.
Yeah.
All
Let's
right.
talk hard dick.
Let's hear from Dynamo's Boo. Jakey Boo!
Trick or Treat Radio!
Oh man, it's your boy, Jakey Poo. That took about. I'm on reserves right now. I'm running on fumes. I'm a very, very tired man. So that little war cry, that little battle cry, that's about the most I can offer right now. How you guys doing? How you guys
man.
doing? Looking forward to what you guys say about their watching, because I watched the trailer for it a couple weeks ago and I thought it looked like poopy poop. So I'm anxious to see if that's not the case, because I'd love for everything to not be poopy poop. So I'm not exactly rooting for it. I'm not hoping for failure. I'm hoping for a pleasant surprise. So looking forward to that. Looking forward to you guys' interview. Just looking forward to the show, like I do every week. Not a whole lot going on my end. Just playing a lot of Dark Souls.
There you are.
Why I'm so dreadfully sleepy right now is because I had a sleep study done last night, and as it turns out, having a bunch of shit gooped to your face and body, and with stuff put up your nose, well, not all the way up it, but kind of inside there,
At least it's only up your nose.
isn't exactly conducive to the best sleep out there. So yeah, I'm still feeling it, but luckily I'm home. I'm safe in the garage, and I'm probably gonna pass out right after Lucha Underground. But before that, I got a question for you guys. What was your first job that you ever had, and how'd you like it? Were you good at it? Did you get fired? Are you still there for some ungodly reason? Just curious. This is my sneaky way of just getting to know you dudes, and your backstories, your origins, if you will. That's all I got, guys. I'm so tired. I'm so fatigued. Take care, dudes. I can't wait to listen to the show. Hasta pasta.
Wow.
All right, Jakey Poo. Thanks, buddy. He must not have gotten his Oculus Rift, or else he would be getting no sleep at all. Because I know some other friends of mine have not gotten theirs yet. I know one of them just got it yesterday, so I don't know if Jakey got it or not yet.
I feel like his Oculus Rift is going to cause like a Prince of Darkness scenario.
It might.
Like, it's going to be bad times.
Yeah. So the question Jakey asked, first jobs. Well, I guess, I don't know is Paperboy, is that a job? Is that like a first job?
That was my second job.
You get paid for it regularly.
Yeah, I was a paperboy. I think I did that when I was like 10 or 11 maybe. I don't remember exactly how old I was. But my first real job after that, like when I was like 15, I think, was bagging groceries at Julio's supermarket.
There you go.
When I was 15, I think. So that's my jobs. And no, Jakey. Thankfully, I'm still not at either of those. I wouldn't be able to pay for rent if I were. So, no. Dynamo.
My first job ever, when I was 10.
Pimp.
I think I was 12 or 13, because it's when I was like, when I had to be in Leicester all the time, when I was like, kind of discovering girls and around all the time. I worked at a detailing shop on Dead Horse Hill detailing, and I was the asshole who they would think it would be funny to sandblast the paint off of old auto parts, and they would always pay me extra money if I did it without gloves, because it would hurt like hell. But I would take it because I liked comic books.
Really? Do tell.
Yeah, and my second, third, and fourth job were all at the same time. In my senior year of high school, I had a paper route. I worked at Briscoe's Diner.
There you go.
Bisco's Diner.
Yeah.
And I was a bagger at Shaw's Supermarket.
Well, we have that in common.
I mowed lawns in the area. Like me and a neighborhood kid had a lawn. The same kid that I shared the paper route with, Bobby Love was his name.
Mm-hmm.
We also repaired a lawnmower that his dad had and would mow lawns in the neighborhood. We were supposed to snow. We allegedly had this snow shoveling too, but I did not want to get into that. But yeah, so like but what's funny about that, after that I started working for the company that I did have a job in between that, right? I worked for Blockbuster, but then after that,
he's only asking for a first job. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ!
really.
Well, not your resume.
We don't need your resume, dude.
Jesus Christ!
I thought Jakey ran LinkedIn. No,
I attended Juilliard.
Yeah, but the reason that it's so
Right.
the reason that it actually fascinated me because
we have like 40 more voicemails.
All right, it just dawned on me that I literally do still, like my fifth job, I still work for that company.
Great. Okay, my turn.
You didn't work till you were 35
You're done
because you were
talking.
fucking
You're done
troglodyte.
talking. You're done talking.
It was my job to clean the
You're
moss
done
off the
talking.
cave wall.
You're done talking.
No, I'm not done. You don't
You're
tell
done
me that
talking.
I'm done talking.
I tell you when you shut up.
Fucking lips, fucking bony enough.
Stephanie, come and help me here, will you, baby?
No, she won't help me because she loves you.
Yeah.
Fucking, you look like a fucking Rob Van Dam's head on a hot dog, and you're telling me.
All right, MZ, come on.
Fucking weird
Go ahead.
pink weirdo.
MZ, come on.
I had to sexually satisfy women whose boyfriends and husbands came back from the Vietnam War.
We know that's not,
Not
true,
true.
because you didn't kiss anyone until like 25.
That's not true. He was 15.
Raven Show's so adamant about changing the history of this.
I know, right? No, my first job, I was a dishwasher at the post office pub.
There you go.
And
I
that
was
lasted
35.
for about. I lasted for about a month there. I was 26.
You late for work all the time?
Yep.
It was right down the street.
No,
That's the joke.
I was 15. I was 15 at the time, and I lasted there only a month. And I would go into work for like 3 o'clock in the afternoon after school, and then I wouldn't get out until like 11:30, 12 o'clock at night.
Jesus, it was right down the road though, right?
Yeah.
So you could walk there.
Yeah, I could walk there. It wasn't a problem, and I hated every minute of it. Never got a break. Like literally, never got a break.
But you had plenty of dishes over here.
Oh yeah, plenty of dishes, plenty of lettuce
soap.
to chop up and shit like that. The guy who runs the place is a total douchebag anyway.
Hey,
He's a douche bag.
All right, well, let's go through the rest of your jobs.
All right, my second job,
Yeah.
and my third, and my fourth, and my fifth, and my sixth.
Are all the same.
They're all the same.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, Raven Shadow.
Raven Shadow is the one I'm really interested in because
This ought to be good.
comic books are expensive, so like you had to have.
Yeah,
a
what did
fucking
you
job.
do?
I don't want to talk about it.
He sold drugs.
He was a drug
9
mule.
years old.
He was a drug mule
on Piedmont Street.
Pharmaceutical distributor. No, my first job, see, pattern forming was at the Big D, where I was.
The Big D.
Yeah,
The big dick lickers.
No, I was also a bagger, and what's kind of cool about it was at that time I was 17.
Started late.
Yeah, well, I had fucking shit to do. I would canvas.
Still, even then, I'm like, he's 12 years old. I'm a fucking adult.
I'm a grown ass.
A grown ass man.
I'm a grown ass adolescent. But no, I had two buddies that we would always, whenever we'd be unemployed, we would always scour, and we would all get hired together. So it was three of us, were bagging groceries, and it was great because all the beautiful lovelies that were rocking the reg. To answer your question, I was not really good at first. Apparently, I wasn't instructed that the turkey meat should not go with the detergent. It was.
I've crushed my fair share of bread.
Yeah, it came later. I
actually broke a bag of corn. Like, what are the Cheetos? Is that what the orange fingers covered in?
With the Cheeto dust?
Yeah, Cheeto dust.
That looked like Donald Trump's penis?
Yeah, I fucking shot those things across a parking lot at Stop and Shop the other day. I slammed it in the, I slammed it in the trunk by accident.
Yeah.
Oh, it was bad times. And then I was even promoted to dairy, and I would keep going back over to bag for the beautiful blonde girl that was on register 3.
You just run across.
And I was like, no, I know the dairy's fine, it's in the back, but have you seen her rack? But the worst day is when it was Christmas, and the Santa Claus called in drunk in the back room, and they were like, Raven Shadow, we need you to put this on. And I was like, you fucking serious? And it was in the fucking Santa costume. And for those who know, I'm not built like the Claus.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
No, you're more built like the candy cane.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I was clean shaven at that time. I didn't have a beard. I had real long hair. And I'm like, you really fucking want me to go out there and do this? And I'm like, yeah, you fucking got it. We have nobody. So I'm in the suit is just like falling off me. My hair is coming out of the hat. The beard is not staying on. I go out. Kids are crying. Like dogs are running away. It was a warm December, and after 15 minutes of this, I'm like, can I fucking just get carriages, please?
Why Santa smell like Grammy's trailer?
When did Santa get sick?
You were like the original Bad Santa.
The Bad Santa was passed out. I was dude on shift Santa, and it was bad times. So yes, need to say it's not my current employer. And I've since grown a beard.
Can I reach out to all my my grocery store noogies here? And did you guys ever get in on any of that sweet price change in action? Sundays they take.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sundays they take a lot of baggers to do the price changes. Like you change the tags on the thing. It's like 6 in the morning to 1 in the afternoon. It was time and a half.
No, I did a lot of sweeping.
That was the shit right there.
Well, I asked everyone in the chat room if they would let us know what theirs were. So let me quickly go through. Patsy says, I worked at the Fallon Clinic in Auburn in the radiology department.
Explains a lot.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Murph says, I washed dishes in a hospital. The pan sink was heated to 150 degrees constantly.
Oh, yeah.
It was like dipping your hands in acid. Greg says, bagger at Publix. Sold shoes at an athlete's foot on the weekend. But I quit the shoe job so I could watch the OJ Bronco chase. That's the best reason to quit a job ever. Oh,
Actually, I quit a temp job to see a Deadite show.
Oh, good, man.
It was early on, yeah.
Was that after? Did I have to hire you after that?
It might have happened that way.
Yeah.
Murph says, "Isn't that the plot to Silent Night, Deadly Night?"
Sure, it is the plot.
Yeah, right. He's gonna start killing. He's gonna start
Yeah.
killing nuns in an orphanage.
Yeah, you better watch out.
We got another one from First Time Mike. Let's check this one out.
Hey guys, this is First Time Mike. I'm assuming that tonight's episode has been as awesome as it usually is. I hope. And just wanted to say hi and telling you guys I got Shudder on recommendations, especially from Johnny at Monster Zero, and it's awesome.
Go fuck myself, I guess.
Looking there, you got In a Glass Cage, some stuff I've only read about in like Deep Red Magazine, and I'm really looking forward to checking out their selections. I mean, last night I was watching Nightmare City, Umberto Lenzi,
Very
the Italian. I've never heard it with the Italian language. It was pretty awesome. So there's some more money that's going out of my pocket thanks to you guys.
There you go.
Just kidding. Also got a question for you guys. I know you guys said you guys were wrestling, and I just wanted to listen to a little bit more of that since I'm pretty much a newcomer. I mean, back in the day, I was more AWA, WWF, NWA, WCW, Texas wrestling, Puerto Rican wrestling.
Yeah.
And I've kind of slacked off on it over the years because it never was much for the Attitude Era. But you guys are really, I'm checking out some of the old stuff, and I'm really liking it again. So I just want to hear about something about your past with the wrestling. Have a good night, everybody. And P.S. Hope Raven Shadow watched the movie. Check you later. Check you guys out later. Bye.
Well, thank you, first time Mike.
Spoiler alert, I was a terrible booker and I held Raven Shadow back.
That's what he's going to say. So, man, this could balloon into a big discussion. So let's be quick about this. So I know we've talked about it a little bit, but you might not have heard first time Mike, but we used to have our own backyard wrestling federation called Necronomicon Championship Wrestling.
Outlaw. It's
Outlaw.
more sexy.
Okay. Outlaw wrestling promotion.
If we had more than one wrestler that went on to wrestle and one of them went on to one success, we get graduated to outlaw.
That is true. One of our wrestlers did go on, and he was a mainstay in Ring of Honor for a long time.
Yeah, and he got a lot of press for a gimmick he pulled in wasn't Lucha. What was
It was a AAA.
Lucha Libre USA.
That's it. Yeah. So I kind of don't want to say his name because I don't know if he wants to be.
I know he doesn't.
Okay, but we did. One of our wrestlers did end up going on to be pretty well known, and he did have some dark matches in WWE as well.
Yeah.
So pretty fucking cool. But no, we Necronomicon Championship Wrestling NCW. I guess we'll let the cat out of the bag. Should we cue in tell everyone what our gimmicks were, or is that pulling the curtain back too much?
Well, Raven Shadow was a rhyming drunk, so
so nothing's really changed.
Fair to say it grew from something when I came into the that it's full. This is already happening in rock shows and various Bickford's organizations, but there was the official status of it was at least 2 to 3 years, right? Went for a while. This is before
2 or 3 years.
We used to run full-out shows with lights and everything at the place I worked after it closed.
Right, and this is before
with PA system and all.
Yeah, PA and all.
Yeah, this is before fucking the assholes were hitting each other with broken glass and all the weirdness that came out in the late '90s. It was a class organization. Right? How's that?
So it was fun. We'll have to go into greater detail in another time because I really think that
we're talking about putting it on the Patreon when we get that going. So that's a possibility. Maybe
we do
have a couple
have
episodes a week.
We do have a lot. We have the footage. I digitized it, so we had it all on VHS. There's at least 15 tapes. I want to say, maybe more. So I digitized it all. We have it all. We may do something with that. If you guys are interested in seeing it, let us know. Maybe we'll do like a highlight show. We produce, like a highlight show for supporters or something like that, and we can commentate over it or just
put it up there.
Or just put it up there. I don't know. We'll see.
There's also a best of 3-disc set of the greatest action. Oh, I have it.
People don't want.
I'll tell you what I'd like to recommentate is the last NCW match.
Last one, yeah.
Yeah. It was Dynamo Mars versus Downtown John Michael Raven Shadow, and the people who commentated it did us wrong. It was your tag team
Paisano
partners.
Brothers?
Yeah, no, it was worse. It was your tag team partners, and they didn't talk about the match at all. So, or they just talked about how much they didn't like me. So we actually had a very good. I watched it very recently, actually.
we had a very good ebb and flow going in that match, and they, would have took a little commentary to hide some of our shortcomings, but
I wouldn't mind seeing that again.
it was tough because Tiny reminded me when we watched it that Raven Shadow gave me a laundry list that looked like it was a Santa's list of shit I couldn't do to him during the match.
All right, so we're gonna have to table that one first time, Mike, but we will address it again at some point. Rocky says, I used to sell M&Ms outside Jenny Craig. That's how I made my first $1 million.
Nice. Oh, shit. Good job. Good thinking. You got a dress bond around here?
Rocky says, Raven Shadow looks like the love child of Edgar Allan Poe and Squeaky Fromm. Who's that?
What's that?
I don't know.
Who said that?
Rocky.
All right, Rock, slow it down.
All right, let's hear from Josh Gravel. I want to hear what he has to say about their watching.
Hey, Trick or Treat Radio guys, it's Josh from the Arkham Film Society here. Sorry that I unfortunately had to miss out on last week's show, but I'm back here calling in with my thoughts on this week's film, They're Watching. I'm going to say They're Watching was a pleasant surprise. I'd heard the title, I believe I'd even seen the poster image, posted up on people's Facebook pages or whatnot, but I knew nothing in the film. Once I started it, I was a little uneasy because, another first-person kind of found footage type thing. But, the story is well done enough where they kind of justify everything that they're doing, and it makes sense. The characters are decent. They're not, all super annoying, so I'm going to say that I think Jay Lender and Micah Wright, I think they did a pretty good job. It looks like those guys come from mostly a background of video games and animation, so hopefully this will get them more into feature films, and they'll have some interesting things coming along. As for the story, I thought the story worked really well. I thought there were some good kind of misdirects, some really funny moments. I thought a lot of the main cast was good. Just doing a little bit of snooping around online, I found it hilarious that the guy who played Vladimir, the real estate agent, apparently grew up in Newton, Massachusetts, and went to high school there. The one guy in the cast that it kept bugging me that I couldn't figure out what I knew him from was Chris Lemche. He was the sound guy who was always driving the van. But, as soon as I clicked on his IMDb, this guy's been in a bunch of stuff. He was in Final Destination 3. He was in Ginger Snaps. He was in Existence. He was in one of my favorite British horror films of, modern films of the 2000s, My Little Eye. So that pretty much explained. I was like, I've seen this guy a ton before. Great, fun film, a good balance of scares and laughs. I do gotta pull back a little bit though there's some pretty bad CGI in this movie.
Thank you.
It's kind of a little extra disappointing because when they do go the physical effects route, that's actually pretty impressive. Right off the bat at the beginning of the film, you see an axe to the head gag, which actually works quite well. So it's just kind of disappointing when you see a good effect. Later on in the film, they'll say good effect, which is then immediately followed by a bad digital effect. But the rest of the film was good, so I can kind of overlook certain shortcomings. So I'm going to say that this is a treat and a recommend. So if horror comedies are your thing, or if you're still banging the first-person camera POV drum, check this out. I think you'll be pleased. All right. Hope all you guys are having a good evening, and hope to talk to you guys soon, all right? Have a good one. Bye.
Dynamo's having a good evening right now.
Thank you very much, Josh, for your...
Sorry, Josh.
Dynamo was on the floor laughing at a picture that Nick had posted on the Fib. So, sorry if there's laughter, Josh. We weren't laughing at you, but always love hearing your thoughts, buddy. So, it sounds like Josh felt pretty similarly as most of us. but he hated the CGI like me. Oh, man. All right, let's go on to... You guys want to hear from Nathan Cotton Coy Vance Duke?
Yes. That's why we're here.
Hey, Trick or Treat Radio. This is Cotton Coy Vance Duke. Calling in, just want to let you guys know that I fucks with you. And I love to like fucks with you guys. And when we're not like fucksing, I'm just like thinking about fucksing and times that we fucksed and just that kind of stuff. I liked Hush. Glad you guys watched Hush. I like the Michael Raven Shadow in particular. I actually watched Hush.
I watched Hush.
Because Hush is what Michael Raven Shadow is generally forced to do when it comes time to watch the movie. Anyway, talk to you sweeties later. Bye.
Thank you, Nathan Cotton Coy Vance Duke. You still laughing, Dynamo?
It's funny, dude, but it's not that funny. Come on. Get a grip.
If you saw you with your shirt pulled up a few minutes ago, you'd think it was pretty funny.
One of a kind. Oh, man. You guys want to hear from Rocky?
Yes.
All right. We heard from Rock. Rocky!
What's shaking, you big, shaggy group of psychos? Long time no speak. It's Rocky. Just wanted to say, hey, I know you got a milestone coming up soon. I'm hoping I can be here for that and maybe contribute with a little voicemail or something. But if I don't, because life is a cruel, evil mistress that likes to slap my dick really hard with a monkey wrench from time to time. Anyway, just want to say in advance congratulations on the milestone of 200 right around the corner.
Aw, thanks, buddy.
Oh,
Wow,
no kidding, huh?
200. That's almost like the half-life of MZ's underpants. Anyway, still trying to catch up on past episodes and some of the movies they pertain to. But leisure time's a lot like a 95-year-old man's erection. Sometimes you get one, but there's a very small window in which to use it. Onward and upward, gentlemen, to everyone who contributes, everyone who listens, and everyone who puts all their time and effort into making that show happen. You guys rock. I'm always trying to spread the love best I can. So we'll catch you on the fly. If I don't see you on the 200th, know that I'm with you in spirit. And hot monkey butter.
Thanks, Rock.
Thank you, Rock. We appreciate it, man. We are getting dangerously close to 200, so we appreciate the love, my friend. Always love hearing from you. And and Rocky says Squeaky Frome was one of the Manson family girls, FYI.
That's right.
Oh, okay. Did I say it right? Squeaky Frome?
Squeaky Frome, yep.
Okay.
All right.
Come up.
And she does look a little bit like a Raven Shadow without a beard, though.
And
Bad times.
Nathan Cotton Coy Vance Duke says that is a stellar observation, Rocky. So you look like the love child of Edgar Allan Poe and Squeaky Frome. Raven Shadow.
I'm looking at Rob Van Dam right now, and I'm completely fucking distracted.
One of a kind.
Patsy the Angry Nerd says, the fuck is wrong with Dynamo? Rocky says Dynamo's playing hide and go fuck himself.
It was bad.
Cody says, pretty cool MySpace photo sesh you guys have going there.
What?
I think it was when I was taking photo or video of Dynamo. All right. We have this is Raven Shadow excuse. I don't know what this is an excuse for, Raven Shadow, but let's check it out.
What's up, everybody? This is Patsy the Angry Nerd again. I decided that I was going to create an excuse for why Raven Shadow didn't watch the movie tonight. And
he did.
Goes a little something like this. Well, I was going to watch the movie. See, I sat down on my couch, right? And then I realized I was cold. So, I decided to go to the blanket store. But first, I decided to go to Y&D, pick up some nips, some beers, some butts. Because, I can't do anything without drinking and smoking. So I get my booze and head to the blanket store. Of course, when I get there, I realize there's no such thing as a blanket store. So I start driving home. And then it hits me, Bed, Bath, and Beyond. They gotta have fucking blankets, right?
Yeah.
So I turn around, I go back to the store, but they're closed. Because, I've been driving around back and forth, not paying attention to the time and shit, So then I went home because it was too late, and now I gotta go to bed because I gotta work in the morning. And, yeah, so that's why I didn't watch the movie.
All right, let's save that for next week.
Yeah, we'll save that for another week, maybe.
Just in case. An excuse to be used later. I watched the movie 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
Yeah, you did.
Treat.
Yeah, treat. Let's hear from Jethronomicon.
Oh.
Hey there, fellas. This is Jethronomicon just reporting in for the first time in... Well, I don't know. I'm looking at my wrist and I don't have a watch, but if I did have a watch, it would probably be a sundial and it would say several weeks. So, I just wanted to say hello and tell you guys to keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Hopefully I'll have some very exciting news soon.
Ooh.
In the meantime, well, I'm waiting for the show to start, so keep on rocking in the free world. Remember, you are the fork in my toaster.
That's not good.
Shocking.
You guys want to hear from our buddy Slagoth?
Yes.
Trick or Treat Radio. What's up, guys?
Slagoth!
Hey.
Slagoth calling in. Just want to say thanks to Mr. Mars for saying the kind things he said the other day. Really, I kind of needed that. And
No, man, thank you.
man, that's it meant a lot. And we all got to keep each other going in this fucked up situation that is life.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Isn't that what Prince said or some shit like that?
Yes.
Anyway, trying to think. Congratulations to Jeremy McFarlane on getting his podcast off the ground.
Yeah, man.
Fucking think it's awesome, amazing. Gonna be listening. And I don't know. I just keep on fighting, guys. Love you. Keep it up. Fucking hanging in there with you. Sharing, caring. Remember, sharing is caring, guys. So anyway, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but love, light, and just a sprinkle of darkness.
Hell yeah, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Slagoth.
Right on.
Love you, man. MZ, you want to hear from your babe?
Yeah.
Creepy girl.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. That's it. It was 1 second.
That's what
I built it up, and it looked like it was
there's a joke in there somewhere.
a failed recording.
Uh-oh.
That sucks. Well, we're sorry, creepy girl. I don't know. SpeakPipe is showing your recording as 1 second. So we're sorry that didn't work for whatever reason. Let's hear from Nick. He has some thoughts about episode 200.
Treat Radio episode 209. I mean episode 200. Who's counting? Wow. Congratulations, guys. Getting this high is not an easy feat in the podcast world.
Just ask Michael Rivers.
It is very easy.
You know, you're not like some BS celebrity just doing it, like, oh, this will get me more Twitter hits and stuff. So I really got to commend you guys. I mean, you guys were probably like the third podcast I ever started listening to, and you guys know I love it. I love you guys, and I love everyone on the show, and yeah, it's amazing the group of people you've put together with all the listeners and the Facebook page, and just it's a community of friends. It really is. A community of friends that argue about Phantasm. But no, I love you guys, and hopefully 200 more. And I hope Raven Show doesn't watch any of those movies.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. I love you, Nick.
Oh, shucks, Nick. Thanks, buddy. We love you. We love you too, buddy. We got Auntie Raven Shadows weighing in on episode 200.
Oh.
Hello? Is this Walgreens?
No, Auntie, you called the wrong number.
What do you mean? You told me you'd put me on with Walgreens.
No.
I need ointment for my for these growths underneath. It's in the crotchal area.
No. Hang on.
Oh no.
It's like an antifungal, but like but more like a space polymer that could take off a satellite or an asteroid.
You can get that over the counter.
Michael,
OTC,
you told
Auntie.
me
No, I
this
didn't.
was Walgreens. They're not talking. Do I leave a message?
No, this is not Walgreens.
This is
Auntie.
Anti-Raven Shadow.
We
I live
all
on
know.
123
Thank you.
Raven Boulevard.
No, it's not.
I need
It's
them
not.
delivered
Stop
to
talking,
my
Auntie.
house.
No.
They're killing me, these damn hemorrhoids.
Okay,
All
Auntie.
right, bye.
Take your medicine.
Hang up.
Take
Why
Monday
did you
through
hang
Thursday. Take all the pills.
Ted Levine weighs in on episode 200.
Oh, Jesus.
Hey guys, it's me, Ted Levine. I just want to call in because I heard on the interwebs you guys were hitting episode 200. That's how many victims I had down in my hole at one time. I just wanted to say thanks for the episode. Thanks for letting me call in all those times and make creepy sexual advances on you, and thanks for everything. And Monster Zero, go fuck yourself.
Aw, man.
Bye, guys. Television.
Well, here's a little tip for you, Ted. Stop visiting the Taco Bell.
Ted, thank you, my friend. Thank you for calling in. We appreciate it. Looks like Mike Tyson's going to weigh in, too.
Oh, no.
Hey guys, this is me, Mike Tyson. Did you go and piss up my premier free with Donnie Yen? I kick his ass all over the place with chopsticks and Chinese food. He can go fuck himself. I'm Mike Tyson. I'm a bad motherfucking man.
Yes, you are.
Mars, how you doing?
Good.
You still kicking ass?
Yeah.
Don't be a little bitch, because I'm going to beat you up, but
No.
I love you, Mars.
Thank you.
I'm a bad man. I'm the best motherfucker in the world. You know what I mean? I'm Mike Tyson.
I know.
Fuck you, Monster Zero.
Hey.
Happy 200, guys. I'm Mike Tyson. Bye.
I'm realizing I think these were for episode 200.
What gave it away? The 200 in the title?
Well, no, I thought it was ideas for
Oh.
episode 200.
I'm just glad Mike Tyson didn't want to fornicate with me.
I might as well just play the last one since it says it's for 200. I thought it was for ideas.
Isn't that far away?
No, it's a month. Month's
Far. I might not be alive.
That's true. You might not.
I probably won't be in studio.
Raven Shadow, looks like you called for this too.
Well, I was going to play it on the 200 episode.
Oh, hey guys, this is me, Michael Raven Shadow. I hope this is outside the cinema. Johnny set me up with the email to send to the voicemail recording box. Yeah, like I said, I hope this is outside the cinema. I'm asking if we could kind of change the movie for the Wednesday Night Wars. I'd like it to be Goodfellas or what's that other fucking Dago movie? Oh, I know. Oh man, I forget. So yeah, make it Goodfellas. I've seen that movie a ton of times, and I remember it without even watching it. So yeah, like I said, I hope this is outside the cinema. Bye. Bambaleo, Michael Raven Shadow out. Oh, oh.
All right. Well, hey, you can't always get them right, Raven Shadow.
No, next time, that's when I'm picking up a chains next time.
You guys want to hear from Murph?
Yeah.
Sure.
We got a voicemail from Murph. I think this is going to round out the voicemail. So let's hear from Murph. I think he jumped on a grenade for all of us on this review.
What's up, Trick or Treat Radio?
Hey,
It's Murph, formerly of Murph and the Fat Kid, now of Dead Indicator Podcast / Domestication of the Dead Podcast / Plebeian Rhapsody the Podcast. Advertising on your dime. Suck it. But anyways, I've come to give you a gift. The gift of absolution. I watched Last Shift for you, so you do not have to do it.
Thank you.
Thank your lucky stars. You never have to do it. Raven Shadow?
Yeah.
Especially you. You wouldn't have watched it anyway.
It's on my queue.
But you know what I'm talking about.
True.
But anyways,
I know.
I suppose I should go through all the old pleasantries here. I think the usual format for you guys' voicemails is somebody says something nice to old Herr Wolfenstein over there, and then They say something really, really nice to Dynamo because Dynamo's Dynamo and everybody fucking loves him. Then they say something assholey to Raven Shadow. And then underhanded dig at Monster Zero over there. And then back to being an asshole to Raven Shadow. Now,
it's fucking rude,
I'm not going to do that because that's horseshit. That's boring. You guys get that all the time. So instead, I'm just going to say nice things about all of you. And I would like to start with Raven Shadow because he does not get enough nice feedback.
Thank you.
And I will do that as soon as
there's a problem with the voicemail. I can't play it anymore.
Play the voicemail.
Oh, it's not playing, Raven Shadow. I'm sorry. Looks like I can't play it anymore.
You guys can tell me what the fuck language he speaks. Seriously, man. What the fuck?
Jackass.
Are there no R's? There are no R's and extra Z's everywhere. I don't understand. But besides that, I love you. I think you actually have some of the best input out of everybody when you're actually paying attention and have watched the movie.
Murph, please don't say
Monster
that.
Zero,
Thank you.
he's into toys. He gets a free pass on everything. I dig Monster Zero talking about the toys. I know a few episodes back, everybody has been clattering for him to do a toy podcast, and I am 100% on board with that. We need that shit now. Now, not tomorrow. Now, you son of a bitch. Dynamo. Dynamo. Dude, what the fuck is it with you, Dynamo? Every time I turn on my goddamn podcast app, you are on every podcast in my feed. It blows my fucking mind how many podcasts you are on. Sure. I was editing my podcast the other day, and I was sitting there looking at it, and whenever I said, oh, we have a special guest this week, in the back of my head, I go, oh, yeah, this is going to be fucking Dynamo. And then I realized that it was my podcast and that I was an idiot and probably high or drunk or lost. Who knows? Something. Johnny Wolfenstein holding down the fort. Love you too, man. You guys are all awesome. I dig it. But we should probably get over to the movie, right? Last Shift, bullshit haunted house movie set in a police station rather than a house. Whoop-de fucking do. I won't bother telling you what the plot is because it's the same plot of every fucking haunted house movie ever. Person alone, building, spooky shit, blah, 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 blah. And now, while this one isn't done completely incompetently, it has this problem with cohesion. So the direction's not terrible. The special effects are probably above par. The acting pretty much hinges on one actress who's alone for 90% of the movie, in which you got to give her a little bit of credit. That's not a fucking easy thing to do to carry a film like that, and she doesn't do a terrible job of it. The story's fucking dumb, and I mean, other than that, it falls into all the tropes. Here's the problem: this movie has all the ingredients of a good movie, and it just doesn't fucking work. So imagine you're making cookies, and you take all the ingredients for the cookies, and you just throw them in a fucking bag and hit it with a hammer. It doesn't fucking make cookies. Makes a bunch of gross shit in a bag. But this movie, I want to hate it. That's the problem. I hate haunted house movies. We do a film festival over here in Decatur, and let's see. Last year I watched 2,000 films over the course of 6 months, which is enough to make you want to blow your fucking brains out, by the way. And 4 out of 10... Easily 4 out of 10 were haunted house movies because they're so cheap and efficient to make for independent filmmakers. And I'm not ragging on independent filmmakers because I love independent filmmakers. I'm just saying you can do better. The problem with doing a genre that's as expansive as a haunted house genre is the same problem they have with fucking zombie movies, man. Everyone fucking makes them. And when everybody fucking makes them, I have to watch 10 fucking million of them. And the odds are, even if yours is, like, better than average, that still means there's a shit ton better than you. And I've watched 10,000 shitty ones to get to your not quite so shitty one, which is just fucking awful. Which zombie movies are the same way. I bet zombies are 3 out of 10. So, I mean, 7 out of 10 are just in those two. Then you probably get 2 out of 10 that are slasher films. And then what the fuck's ever left over is all of your other films, which, God forbid somebody send me a monster movie. My kingdom for a monster movie. Just one. Put somebody in a rubber damn suit and send them my way. For fuck's sakes, put me out of my misery. But I suppose I'm getting way off topic and I should go back. I don't know what the fuck to tell you about this movie. This movie's probably a 3 a lesser 3 out of 5. I don't know. Maybe I should give it a letter grade like old Nick does. I would say, for me, this movie is a fucking D-. It is on the cusp of being a shit-tastic pile of nothing. To be in all fairness, though, I am so hard on this genre of movies, it's probably actually more like a C+. It's not a fucking terrible movie. There's a lot of movies on Netflix that would be way, way worse to waste your time on. This one relies pretty much on nothing but a steady stream of jump scares and tension-building moments to lead up to jump scares. I mean, that's this entire movie, just over and over and over and over and over. The plot's dumb, and the biggest problem is, over and over in this film, she keeps picking up this fucking phone and having phone calls with people, and the sound balance, whoever edited this film, sucks shit. Because she's loud as fuck, and you can barely hear the person on the other end of the line. And for the most part, it's integral stuff. You have to know what the other person is saying for what she's saying to make sense. It's not like a completely reactive, it doesn't matter situation. They put a bunch of dialogue in it and then didn't make it so you could fucking hear it. Anyways, this one, I suppose you guys would call it a tepid treat. Tepid. I call it a fucking mild pile of shit, but that's me. Anyways, love you guys. Keep doing what you're doing. Catch you later.
Aw, thanks, Murph. We appreciate it, buddy. Thanks for taking that bullet for us and checking out Last Shift. So MZ needs to run in a minute, and we're wrapping things up. But MZ, we haven't got to tweets yet, but there was a tweet question for you. Oh. Let me just ask that, and then we'll go back to tweets after. It's from Patsy.
All right.
So consider the source. He says, question for MZ. How often do you braid your pubic hair?
Once a week.
No, it stays
yes, I take some Just for Men to it, and then I braid it like a little Bow Wow.
Okay. Well, there you go. There's your answer, Patsy. You asked. You
know what the weird part about that is? He knows what little Bow Wow's braided pubic hair is.
All right, MZ, why don't you say bye to the folks?
Arrivederci, douchebags.
All right, so we're going to rapid fire finish up here. I believe that was the last voicemail.
I just realized something terrible.
What?
You'll have to give me the date, but I don't think that I will be in studio for episode 200.
Okay, that sucks, but see you, buddy.
Is it in exactly a month?
Well, it's 4 Wednesdays from now. So that will be 197, 8, 9, the 25th, May 25th.
Yeah, that's what my first radiation is.
Okay, you won't be here. Can you be on Skype?
If it works.
All right. Well, we'll talk about that later. We're going to wrap up here, Dynamo. It sucks, but we'll figure something out. So I think that's it for voicemail. Let me just double check real quick, and I believe one more actually. Is it one more? Did we get this one? I don't think we got to this one.
Castle Dracula, home for many centuries to a dreadful dynasty of vicious vampire ducks, the Counts of Dracula. Legend has it that these foul beings may be destroyed for the stake through the heart or exposure to sunlight. Well, this does not suffice, however, for they may be brought back to life by means of a sacred rite that can be performed once a century when the moon is in the 8th house of Aquarius. Latest incarnation did not go according to plan.
In a book. There's a book. You can't sell a book called Howard the Duck. They have a book called Howard the Human. Spider-Man. It's called Howard the Human. Bi-monthly. Look it up. It's called Howard the Human. Melissa. $4. They want me to buy a book called Howard the Human. I saw that today. That is fucking garbage.
Oh, man. Blast from the past there, Dynamo.
I know.
That was Count Howard right there.
It's true.
All right, so that is it for voicemail. Now, we do have one email. This is from Double A. I like to call him A Double. He says, hey, dudes, it's Double A live and direct from the Mile High. Ooh. Anyway, I just finished up last week's episode and had a couple things. First thing, it sucked it couldn't be watched live as I was able to tune in, but I wanted to give a quick shout out to Stephanie, Bobby Chains, Robert Ironsky, Nicholas, First Time Michael, Tim Nice, and anyone else I'm forgetting for hanging out and chatting anyway. I got pretty wasted and had a blast. I know we mentioned it on the show last week, but I totally agree. Thank you to everyone for hanging out. Like, it felt like we felt terrible that we couldn't be live, and it just made us feel nice that everyone was hanging out and just enjoying each other's company.
Yeah.
So that's very fucking cool of all of you guys who were just hanging out. We really appreciate it. It was kind of moral support, even if you didn't necessarily mean it that way.
And not having you be part of the show makes it just not as fun.
Yeah, absolutely. So Double A says, on to you guys. Great episode. I'd like to see Jarrett and a bottle of whiskey back anytime, possibly all the time. He did a great job. I agree. We're probably going to have Jarrett back in pretty soon.
Yep.
And goes on to say, Wolfie, as always, you do such an amazing job behind the wheel. Simple as that. Monster Zero, awesome appearance on Unchained yet again. I love the episodes you're on because you're always reviewing some heavy, heavy stuff.
Yeah.
Are you really as angry as you come off? I'm kidding. Your knowledge is always awe-inspiring. Mars, you're awesome, and happy belated birthday.
Thanks, buddy.
I got nothing. You read any good books lately? I really enjoyed the first Outcast trade. Moon Knight #1 was decent. I'm curious where it goes. Also revisiting Preacher Book 1. Gonna rip through them all since it's been a good 15 years and I couldn't recall all that much. Shouts to Raven Shadow since he's a fan.
Hey, bud. Absolutely.
Any comments on that stuff, Dynamo?
I'm liking the new Wolverine.
Okay, cool.
Not Old Man Logan, the like X-23 book, like where it's his daughter or whatever she is Wolverine.
Yeah.
A clone, isn't she?
Yeah. Right.
And Raven Shadow, also amazing appearance on Unchained a few episodes back. When you actually watch the movie, you add so much. So watch the fucking movie. Either way, you're top 5 podcast personalities in my book, period.
Thank you.
Thank you, bud.
That's
you were
awesome.
real good on that show.
Really, thank you.
And then lastly, he says, anyway, I haven't really watched much lately, which is weird, but I'm hoping to get out and see Green Room this weekend and hope you guys do too soon so we can all hear your thoughts. That includes you too, Raven Shadow. Put down the butts and get out and see a movie for a change. I'm serious. Go see the fucking movie.
Trying. I'm 3 for 3 right now.
Until next time, stay classy, Aaron. Thanks,
you, man.
Double A. We always love when you are able to send us an email, so keep it up, my friend. We appreciate it. And now we have some tweets, mostly from Patsy. Patsy was a tweet machine. He says, loving the crossovers with the Chain Gang. Keep that shit going. I'm loving listening to you guys while I'm at work. Happy nerd. Hashtag happy nerd. So he's not an angry nerd then. And he gave us a little promotion. Says check out the Deadites on Trick or Treat Radio and the Chain Gang on Unchained podcasts on Stitcher and iTunes, but only if you like awesome. Oh, you should learn a thing or two from Patsy, Raven Shadow. He has a question for you, actually. A question for Raven Shadow. What's more Italian, Super Mario Brothers or SpaghettiOs?
Good question, Patsy. I gotta say SpaghettiOs.
More Italian?
Yeah, it's Super Mario. He's serves a lot of masters. You know what I mean? Like, he's kind of a stereotype.
Oh my god.
I don't know. I had a little problem with Mario. Kind of offensive to the Italian community.
SpaghettiOs are more Italian.
Yeah, Shipboy ID. He's got a mama's recipe.
Nice blue collar guy though, union job, plumber.
It's true.
Yeah, but he kind of plays up the stereotype a little bit for my taste.
In the chat room, some people are ducking out, which I don't blame them.
Yeah, we gotta go.
It's getting late. Tim from Australia says, "Good to see you, except for the part when I dozed off." And Murph says, I love Count Duckula, and says, good night, folks. I stayed up way too late. Thanks, Murph. We appreciate you hanging out with us, man, and also sending in the voicemail with the review. We appreciate it. Everyone go check out the multitude of shows that Murph is doing right now.
Yeah, I'll make sure I'll link him up on the Fin.
Cool. Awesome.
Lots of shows. Lots of good shows coming out right now.
And Patsy says, holy fuck, I'm so glad that I'm watching this live because this is a long-ass show. And he says, Boyardee was a real guy.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a long show. It's over 4 hours.
We gotta
now.
go.
So, question for Mars: what is the one food you wouldn't eat off the floor? Soup, liquids don't count.
Depends on the floor.
Depends on the floor.
Like I wouldn't eat candy out of a quarry, but I would eat
out of someone named Corey.
I would put pudding on eat pudding off this floor. It's clean.
All right.
I ate all that candy dust that I dropped.
Patsy has a question for me. Says, what made you want to start a podcast with escaped mental patients? That's a good question, Patsy. I didn't realize it was going to be with escaped mental patients. Originally, we were doing the CryptoCast, and we were having a good time doing that, but it was difficult to schedule everyone and to do the shoots and to edit. It was a lot of time. And we'd love to bring them back eventually, and we've been talking a little bit about it, and we may have some info about that soon. But we decided, you know what? We've been talking about doing a podcast. Let's fucking do a podcast. Dynamo and I were like, let's do it. And then we just made it happen. And these other Jamokes joined us for their own segments.
Yeah.
And then it just turned into a full-time thing.
Right. It was literally like on a Monday. It was like, we're doing it.
Yeah.
And we did it on the Wednesday.
I think I said it on a weekend. I was like, yep,
Yeah.
we're doing it this week. And we weren't even prepared, but we're like, let's just do it. So, and then let's see. United Cypher says, I jumped on the grenade and watched Last Shift. It isn't as bad as its cover art makes it look, but that's not saying much. Says, pretty middle of the road stuff with an ending that felt like they were trying to have it both ways. United Cypher has tweeted at us before, and I'm just reading this directly from his bio on Twitter. It says he's an independent comedy multimedia. Podcasts include Motion Picture Meltdown, Talks Over Games, Public Domain Movie Podcasts, and more. So just wanted to throw that out there for United Cypher. Yeah, Dynamo's going to check them out. And we appreciate you tweeting at us, my friend. I know you've done it before, and we always appreciate it. So, all right. I think that's going to do it. We don't have much time for anything else. We're running long. And I imagine episode 200 is going to be a long one. So let's end it right here.
Might be one me short.
It might be, yeah.
That sucks. I can't even imagine. My heart is broken. I'm leaving.
Raven Shadow, any final thoughts? How was your pizza?
It was very good.
Did it power your podcast?
Oh my God! For the first 4 hours, I'm a little worn down now. No, it was very good. Thank you for being the pizza pusher.
Not really a pusher. I mean, well, you pick it up.
Pizza picker upper.
All right, Mars. Anything before you sneeze?
No, I had to go.
All right. Well, you go ahead and do your thing then.
Remember, children, wherever you go, there you are.
All right, everyone. Thank you for tuning in to episode 196 of Trick or Treat Radio. Thank you to Duane Graves. He was an awesome, awesome guest. Everyone go check out his flicks. If you like him, buy the Blu-ray, buy the DVD. Help him out because he is a really fucking cool dude, and we can't wait to see what he's going to do next. So that's it. Come back next week. We're going to review holidays and have some other stuff for you. See ya!